Hello everyone and welcome to Old World. We are back with another match in the Old World Community Tournament between Kerstad and Juljette. Very exciting time. Round 1. It is a Monday. Hope everybody is having a good start to their week. Let's get our friends on Discord where the match is live currently. And then I'll say my usual hellos and get us acquainted with our players. Paste. And... hope everybody's doing okay today. If you're watching after the fact on YouTube, please give us a like, subscribe, go to the Old World YouTube channel, and subscribe there so you can follow along on the playlist. Also, I'd like to take this moment. Actually, no, I'll wait on that. Hold on. Make sure my chat's set up. Everything. Sorry, I should always be a little bit more diligent on getting myself set up. I tend to be a little bit of a last-minute person. One of my many, many foibles. But we have a very exciting match today, as we have what I believe is the very first pick of Tamilicom for the tournament. Super, super exciting time. Nobody has any idea how these guys are played. And I'm looking forward to explaining to all of you exactly how these guys get played, as well as doing my best to come up with predictions and theories as to whatever the heck Kerstad is actually doing, even though I may very, very well be wrong. But hopefully, I can give players a bit of a crash course understanding of all the weird tips, tricks, and abilities that this nation can do, because they're actually one of my new favorite nations. They're a complex nation, they're an advanced nation, they're a confusing nation, but they're fun and interesting. Yes, Tamilicom is the only nation that has not yet been played so far, and they have their work cut out for them in the form of Rome. No better opponent, should the Tamilicom win, in my opinion, to go up against as an introduction for a competitive atmosphere. Rome, if maybe not the best duelist nation to pick, certainly a reliable one. Both in the previous tournament and this tournament, they're picked pretty often, and they do pretty well for themselves. They lost a couple games, they win a couple games. So a very reliable pick, I would classify Rome. Not the most, probably not the strongest nation, but certainly absolutely not the worst nation. It's very solidly reliable. We have a tactician on Rome, and it looks like we have bold tactician. Already got magic practitioner on this one. Turn 3, so guess a lucky event there. And let's take a peek over on the Tamilicom, and we have a Tamil judge with 3 dies in a trader location. This is going to absolutely pop off. A bold judge. Honestly, even when I did custom, I messed around with a bold judge a couple of times. Obviously, educated is the more popular pick, but I really love having a 2-2-2 stat line, whether it's wisdom or courage, capping off on the judge. Yes. I already said. Sorry, that sounded snippier. Yeah, I said right here. Looks good. Have fun. What do they say? What do they say? Did I miss something? We have dual, tight, square, donut. Yep. Standard, yes. Double fatigue, very rare. Modest, normal. Mirror. Yeah, no. Everything's good. I already said everything was good. Okay, so anyway. Yeah, this is an incredibly nice trader capital, and trader capitals with a judge opener are just delightful, 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 delightful. You're going to be able to rush by citizens constantly, which is fantastic. They also start with trapping, So they could have opened with a game resource. I'm kind of a little surprised that we didn't see growth early, but, you know, Kerstad's doing Kerstad things. So, the first thing about the Tamil that I can say is that they have, their unique bonuses are weird. They have, let me get rid of this chat. Oh, actually, speaking of which, let's look at the wonders as well. Wonders in the game are Great Stupor, Lighthouse. Man, if the traders get the Lighthouse, that'll be great. Apadana, Jebel, always a strong pick. We have the Mausoleum and the Museum, both good picks. The Monumental Buddhist is decent, but we don't really have any reliable. Oh, down here. This could be the good terrain. And then for the legendaries, we have the Maximus, the Pantheon, the Hagia Sophia, the Heliopolis, and our good old-fashioned favorite, the Colosseum, which, I mean, 3 dies on a Trader's Nation, you could get that Colosseum running up in no time. So we could see a Colosseum push from our Tamil. So, basically, how the Tamil work is there's this supremacy thing. They have this little score here. I'm not going to explain the full details because we are in a tournament match, so I'm just going to try my best to follow both players and what they're up to. We open landowners on the Roman side into champions, which is solid. Worker first on the champ spot, worker next on the landowner, so we're not doing any quick settler openings. I don't mind the worker on the champs, that's fine. I feel like landowners, you just want to keep cranking out settlers, but here we are. Yeah, and I'm just going to thread Tamil talk. That's what we'll call it. We'll call it Tamil talk. I'll thread in my Tamil talk as we go along. So I just want to make sure I don't fall behind in some basic stuff like, you know, who's picking what, who's doing what. But yeah, for the Tamil, they have 3 different national abilities. And whichever one is active is only active. Whichever one they have is only active depending on which family of the 3 families they choose have supremacy. So that basically initially kicks off by whomever holds your capital. So currently we're in the Trader's Supremacy, which gives us 1 civic for every shrine, and it allows us to build this funky little project here, which is super expensive, but it's essentially a little mini Ishtar bomb. And that's fun. So something you can do with a Trader's opening is try to Rex a little bit, get a lot of cities, Ishtar bomb yourself once or twice, and then swap out of that. Or if you rush, what are we doing here? Anything in the tech tree? If you go straight up to monasticism and were to poly spam all your shrines, that's 4 extra civics in every single city. That's a very builder-heavy eco build. Probably not viable for dueling if I were to guess, but still, it's something that it's a tool they have in the toolbox. Fluffy, all right, I will take you up on that. Yeah, 100%. That literally just occurred to me in the moment, and yeah, I think I will. Have my Tamil explainer video called Tamil Talk 100%. I can't get over this map. Donut is one of my favorite. The Donut edition and the Quirky Archipelago edition that basically gives us 2 extra variations on the continent script. When we were deciding the map pool, I kind of didn't like that because in my mind, in my head, I was like, do we really need more continent maps? But what's great is both the Donut and the Archipelago script end up creating very interesting central landscapes most of the time with either lakes or seas and things like that, something that we don't often see in the regular continent script. So we have this beautiful, beautiful, vast lake-like valley shielded by these mountains on all sides. The city sites blanket each exterior ridge, and then all of this is a vast kind of open frontier of lakes and forests. This is going to be such a cool, and like really like the central core, these 3 cities, because the free city site is here and here, so there's 3 cities in the central core, a complete shield wall of mountains with an access point. In fact, this is a completely isolated, and it's the Huns too. Well, actually, that's, as far as Huns go, this is really lucky because they won't roam towards you. The Huns can't travel across the sea. unless they're raiding. So that's actually really good news. But this is going to be constant raiding harass for the core until someone gets a navy to come deal with this. No land access there, and also similar for the Scythians as well once they settle this site. So this is going to be really interesting tribal relations. I hope someone's clever enough to figure out that they should just piece these guys out. Huns are trickier to piece, but certainly an option. But yeah, then you have these two sites here along this ridge, and then there it is. It's left versus right. Top versus bottom. Go to town. 3 iron mines down here. Gross. Gross. Get colonies. Get this champ seat all the way out here. It'd be a little expensive, but if you can snake this champ seat all the way out here to pick up these irons, that's going to be a very, very happy Roman player. Very, very happy Roman player. The tactician is out in the wilderness on his own. They have met, I believe, so they do know it's judge versus tactician. And Rome is hunting for another site. He knows the free sites here. And yeah, trying to figure out where to go. This map is awesome. The maps are the best part about the new tournament. I say it every single episode. I can't get over it. Everybody did such a great job, and you know, despite whatever reservations I had about certain picks, I mean, it's the variety is amazing. I love that. There's just so much to think about. And I think it really makes different aspects of the design of the game shine. People need to understand that while I was primarily playing a single-player version of this game, while I was primarily in single-player mode for 2 or 3 years, in addition to that, I only ever played Seaside maps. I never deviated. Like, I have like 500 games or something crazy on Seaside. That's probably not that high, but you know, a couple hundred games on Seaside before I ever tried any deviation in a map script. And I think it's I've come to the conclusion in this tournament that I actually want to see Mohawk generate more map scripts that are even weirder than the current selection that we have, especially after experiencing Dota, because I think it's the different terrains and also layouts of city sites and lakes and like the different puzzles. I think that's really what's making so many of these games shine. Wetlands, desert, hardwood forest, and the Duel of the Ancient scripts are all my 4 or 5 favorite scripts, and it's all because they're just so unique. Yeah, Juljette is struggling to find the barbs, but the good news for her is that so is the Tamil. In my experience, I always have a little bit of hard time clearing of the Tamil. So if you play them, you have to come up with a strategy or plan with in dealing with that. Your options are a military archetype. You can run an orator. What else can you do? Hope for a really good promotion, I guess. Yeah, but I tend to have struggled clearing as the Tamil. They do not have a military family. That's one of the quirks of their nation. Yeah, Tamil's just chilling in the corner. They're good. He cleared a site. He is building another warrior. I'm sure he's going to want to come down and get these camps. But the good news for the Tamil in terms of playing tall at the moment or playing conservative is that really you're in no rush to explore the map. Because as long as the Tamil secure even just this site, they have an opening path to contest and mess around with Rome into the mid-game. They won't be completely locked into their corner. And even if they do get locked into their corner... Oh, wow. We have a straight across the map Roman tactician. Hello! Okay. Maybe they will get locked in. Maybe they will get locked in. This is a level of meta awareness that I always wonder that some players have. It's like, if you know the Tamil, if you know the nations well enough, you know even right down to what units they start with. So, for example, we know that the Tamil are working with a slinger, which means we also know that if this Roman unit plops themselves right on this forest and dares to clear this site right outside of the core of the Tamil, a slinger's not going to stop them. Especially when you're a tactician, you'll just stun the damn thing. So you have complete freedom to do this level of harass or forward settling if you wanted to, because slinger's really not going to do much to you in the woods when you can stun it. Also, hello everybody in chat. Lots of chatter already. super appreciate you all being here and being engaging in the chat. There's 15 of you now, and I can barely even keep up with the conversation. So, thank you all for being here. And of course, if you're watching after the fact on YouTube, hop onto Discord and find out how you can catch these games live. Because we have a schedule posted on our Per Enk website, so you can always see what games are coming up in the tournament. And hopefully, if we have them on stream, we're trying to stream as many as we can, doing our best in that department. And you can catch them live and join in on the conversation and the fun. Labor force being teched for the Romans, going straight for navigations on Rome, like that. I think that's a pretty decent read of the map. Also, orders are always key. But really, if he gets an early colonies, and actually has the foresight to buy out until these iron, that would be just nuts, man. That would be nuts. Shrine of Bologna going down. Gonna grab this silver. Two shrines in the capital, going for an acolyte now. Looks like we're going... this is a bold move, and I think they're going to be okay, but this is a bold move because the Tamil start with divination, so between the Tamil, Kush, and Carthage, those are the three nations where it's very difficult to compete for Zoroastrianism. Of course, never really a waste of time to build an acolyte, so let's pop on over to... oh, look, we already have developing culture. And with our judge... we're going to rush. I love this strategy. Very, very peak trader cap strategy. Get that judge. Get this culture up and running. We don't even have the nets being built yet. And then instantly gold rush a judge. Look at the outputs on this. Look at this net yield output. This is 4 growth. Whoops, excuse me. Let's lock this tooltip down. This is 4 growth, 3.8 science, 76 money, right? So for context on that, right? Centralization in our capital would be 1.2 science. So this judge is this elder shopkeeper is better than centralization. What about the growth, right? Our base growth rate is 14, so 20% of that is like a little between 2 and 3. The shopkeeper is better than that. So one way to conceptualize getting that elder shopkeeper up real quick is it is essentially more powerful than 2 laws combined in just one city. Which if it's your capital, that's the best city. Wow, we're going for a warrior right away too, which is interesting. We're identifying that there's an issue of conflict, and we are going for the clearing of the site. I dislike the fact that we didn't take the opportunity to put ourselves in the woods. I think that would be a little bit better protection from the slinger, but again, of course, we are a tactician, so come attack me if you dare. We have a warrior coming out next turn, and we've civic rushed a warrior this turn, which, I mean, that's... pretty decent reaction. Probably a little overcompensating with the other warrior, but I mean, it's not as if we have any place we can settle if the Romans take this, so why not? Why not? In fact, let's pop on over to Rome and see the status of a settler. So this is the problem with this little gambit that they're running is this first build out of the landowner seat, if you're going to run across the map and try and do a forward clear, forward settle. I don't know, maybe she's not intending to do a forward settle, but if that was the goal, then yes, your immediate build in your capital should be that settler, because that settler could probably be like right out here by now, and if not further, and then should be securing herself a city site. Warrior rushed. Yep. Yes, and great point by Fluffy. The other thing is, without having a settler in tow, and also by being low health, not having the ability to heal, having 3 units headed down the path here, the Romans essentially just cleared a site for the Tamil. There's no way Tamil secure this. Sorry, Rome secures this. Even with scout shenanigans, there are enough units coming down the pipeline. Now, if I were Tamil, we don't know where the scout is, but if I were Tamil, next turn, what I would do is I would get this slinger up into this position right here on this river, wide in the open, because the only way for Rome to stun and also do good damage to that slinger would be to step over the river onto this side, right? And let's not forget that Rivers ignore zone of control, right? So I would get that into this position, bait the warrior across the river, and then on the next turn, I'd come up with my warriors. Actually, I'd probably do that with a warrior itself. That way I could use the rain damage from the slinger. So I'll come up with a warrior, hope he comes in for a stun. Although if he's a really intuitive roam player, then you would know that the warrior means the Tamil has a second unit, because again, Tamils start with slingers, but not everyone's probably familiar with Tamils, because unlike me, most people probably didn't play them nonstop for 2 months. Because I'm crazy, and that's what I do. Alright, I'm really going to try, because I'm going to try and catch up with chat, so just bear with me if you're watching after the fact on YouTube. The only nation, yep. What wonders of the game? I did the wonders. Juljette is the Rome specialized. Okay. Cool. Lots of experience on the Roman player, looks like. Oh, we're seeing some tile buying from the landowners. See? That's interesting. A little bit forward tile buying. I think that's yeah, actually I don't dislike that idea. Because this also creates another opportunity too. If you couldn't contest this site militarily, which I think the Tamil are fine, they could always opt to absorb it into their empire with it would be expensive, but by encircling it with the landowner borders, denying the site entirely to the Romans. But this is a dicey Roman proposition, and the Romans, I believe, can see this now, right? Yeah. I wouldn't want to be looking at that. This Roman player needs to get the hell out of Dodge. I would even jump off this camp now. That way next turn I know it will respawn, forcing the Tamil player to actually clear their site. Very, very dicey proposition. Thankfully, I don't think the Romans really lose too much off this. They should be building more units now, too. Because they're actually going to end up being behind in clear momentum. Let me catch up. Straight. This is a legal city site count. I believe it's actually 14. There's 5. The accessible city sites at the moment are 5, and the exterior city sites are 2 more. So even if these 2 city sites out in the coast weren't accessible, it would still be 10 total. Yeah. All right, you guys are great, man. You guys are great. Yep. All right, so Rome's bailing and it respawned the camp. So great news for Tamil. That's a little bit of a win right now already for them. Nice early win. Way overplayed from the tactician here. Love the aggressive style. Love the concept, but 2 flaws. Either A, build the settler immediately, so once he cleared that site, that settler could have been in force march position to settle this site, and your unit is saved. Other thing, if you're going to be aggressive across the map, this is either a do one or the other or both, right? So either build that settler, or when as soon as your champ city went down, immediately build another unit. That way when the unit is done, you can come up and follow and give your tactician back up. But one tactician across the map is not going to be enough to exert dominance, as much as that may not usually seem the case. Sometimes you'll get lucky, but against any decent player who's being mindful of the fact that they might need to defend themselves against Roman aggression in particular due to their mobility, but also, any of the popular zealot, tactician, or whatever else, commander, rush shenanigans we've seen so far in the tournament, one unit's not going to cut it. And for anyone who's done any research on the map, fun thing about this donut map, the donut is actually the smallest arena that we have in this tournament. So if Kerstad was aware of that, I think being faced up against the Roman player, that probably is what led them to be defensive with their military production early on and make sure that they don't get stomped by a Roman player inside of 20 turns. Because, yeah, the donut maps are quite small, and again, we're a tactician, so we actually have to go all the way home to heal now. Let me take a peek here, though. Yep, no generals, because it's the landowner's tactician. An alternative you could have if you started champions, one thing I like to do in a situation like this, is you can see if there's a hero, and rather than coming all the way back, it actually would be cheaper, like once you ran away at this point, look for your generals, swap a hero out, swap your ruler out for a hero, send them in the direction that you want to clear, and heal them up. You can always add the ruler back on, or you could put the ruler onto the next unit that you build out on in your core, and then that will get that core unit out into the battlefield faster while the damage unit is able to heal and keep going. So that's something for players to consider that I don't see often enough. You can actually juggle generals around if you need, if you have different needs. And juggling the ruler around to different units to get them either better promoted or moving quicker to different locations is always a neat strategy to flex. Yeah, so good job. Great job, Tamil. I'm assuming we civic rushed the settler. We did. Nice. So this is great tempo. Loving the plays here from Kerstad. Strong plays, strong tempo, great reaction, reflexes, I think. Really taking the opportunity to make sure that this Tamil player, this nation will not be bullied. Classic hubris from Western civilization, thinking they can just push the Eastern nations around. But as Alexander the Great found out himself so long ago, you can't just waltz into India and think you're going to name yourself the boss. They don't mess around. So kudos to the Tamil player. Still in the supremacy. Let's take a look at the oligarchs. Anybody interesting for a swap? We have a judge and landowner, so don't really need a swap there. We have an orator for the artisans. Probably don't want to swap there either. And what I'm talking about in this case, for those of you who don't know, again, this supremacy situation over here. This is a scored total. I'm not going to go through all the numbers because I'm not going to do that much of a deep dive here. But basically, whichever score is on top, the oligarch of that family will take over unless your ruler is already following that family. So a great way to swap supremacies is if your heir is a different family type. But what that means is you can always take a peek at these characters and think, oh, let's take a look. There's nobody really crazy here, but it's very common for artisan families to have a schemer. So maybe, you do a lot of stuff with your judge for the first 20 turns, and then you swap into a schemer if you feel like it. Or a builder. A builder is another decent swap. Or a tactician yourself. If you have a tactician on the throne, ruling a family, you can do a surprise swap, and suddenly your opponent is facing a tactician or a zealot when they thought that your heir was a scholar and you're a judge, and they weren't thinking about military generals at all. Really cool. Rome does get Zoroastrianism first. That was founded just 2 turns ago. And yeah, really nice. We're seeing a worker here. I like the second landowner city being the 4th city. I tend to deprioritize traders when I play the Tamil. And what I mean by that is when I deprioritize a family, I settle as few families as possible. So typically 1 patrons is another family I will deprioritize often. Just settle like the 1 family, and then you can spam the other 2 families. But sometimes for relationship reasons, maybe you need to bring in a second, but very, very rarely a third. So with Tamil, I often deprioritize the traders, spam landowners, and or incorporate artisans as often as makes sense. Artisans is yet another family that you can deprioritize as well, because their seat is really, really good, and their other cities are also good, but you don't necessarily need tons of them. Yeah, the Tamils are already stronger than Rome, and they could be much stronger very shortly, which is indeed hilarious. However, we do finally have warriors coming out of the champ seat, and after building a worker, and what else did we build here? Did we build a settler from here? I think we did. That was a little weird. Okay, but after building a worker and a settler, I suspect that we shall see nothing but military units from the champion's seat for the foreseeable future. We have an access to a law now. We can get slavery or freedom for the Romans. I think slavery is the correct call here because it's not really a Rex map. We have a nice, strong defended core with connected status, so you don't really need that growth as much. And yeah, the resources are going to be key here. The Tamil have come down here. Lots of iron. If he's familiar with the iron events, time to start a little loop of harvesting iron down here because, you know, that's an efficient use of orders or not. I really don't know, but it's what I do. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. This is the other thing I like to do, by the way. Everyone's going to think I'm crazy for saying this. Do it. Do it. Yes! Oh, never mind. Kerstad, you're the man. Rushing festivals. Attaboy. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. You're making all the money in the world, right? You have pearls. Sorry, you have dye. Don't worry about the discontent. Doesn't matter, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Also, you're going to recoup it with the festival. So we're spending our money to rush festivals to get more population, which we will then use to rush fishers. And then, so basically, I fully expect this judge play to keep rushing pretty much every turn for like the next, I don't know, until this guy's dead, really. And set this city up with all 4 dyes, all 4 fishers, and this guy's gonna zoom as fast as you can blink to legendary, and then he's just gonna burp out a Colosseum and a swordsman unit and go mess up the Romes. Love it, love it, love it. I'm so glad that happened. I love when either I'm about to call something out or I just say, oh, hey, you could do this, and then a player does it because, it's so satisfying. I think one thing that people don't realize when I cast these games, I've gotten a lot of great feedback, and it means so much to me. I'm glad everybody's having a fun time. But for me, I love this game so much, and I love the experience of playing the game so much, and I played a obscene amount of it. When I'm watching these games, it's like every time I hop back and forth between each player, I feel like I'm putting myself in the position of the player. So it's almost like I'm playing the game, right? But I'm obviously not playing the game. So I'm always imagining what I could do, what I would do, what I should do, you know, and of course I get it wrong and, you know, whatever. But, so it's always fun when I'm like, oh man, I definitely would rush this festival. And then, the player rushes the festival because that's what I would do in that moment. Not many pastures for founding Judaism. Yeah, it doesn't look like we have 2 horses in the center. The landowners could come out and grab those or colony buy. We have early access to colonies on the Roman. That's eventually. So we'll see what they try to make out of the buying situation. Really would love to see the champ, not even just for the iron here. Getting this iron into the champ seat would be amazing, but also for the access. This is going to be your main military hub. You know, cranking all your units, and you can get coastal access to the central core. Once Tamil settles this, like, this is an invasion point, right? Really good rivers, and if we can just get colony buys all along this coast, even all the way to this side, I would expend that much. That way Tamil can't get any coastline down here, and I, as the Roman player, can attack any part of this coast. It makes it very difficult for the Tamil to defend in the later game. I think that has high strategic value, so I want to go back to Rome here and look at where we're going. We still have navigation set out. And yeah, I'm really hoping to see a colonies first pick on that front. And we have plenty of money because of all the dyes. So I just want to see this border just shoot across the map and gobble up the iron. Maybe we can improve it, but, you know, it will be under threat from Tamils anyway, so it doesn't necessarily matter if we do or not. But the main thing is the strategic value of having a coastal water bridge from our champ seat directly to our first point of invasion against the Tamil. That's going to be huge. That's going to be huge. Potential issue clearing this camp. We have no warrior next turn. I would back off into these woods. How would I do this? I feel like I just back. Oh no, he's stuck. Stuck. That is shitty. Okay. Well, let's see what they do here. Because they're definitely dead next turn if they stay out in the open. So I think they just need to run far, far away. I think that's the only option here. Or, you know, they're gonna die, which is also an option. So here we are. Okay, well, that's a shame, and that's a setback, and the Tamil are much stronger. Forgive me for laughing, I just think it's funny because Rome has a notorious and yucky habit of getting very strong very quickly. So it's always funny that the Tamil, who arguably have the hardest time building a military, are currently much stronger. I literally think this is the two opposing nations in terms of military structure. The Romans have the easiest time of any nation building a military, and the Tamil arguably have the hardest time of any nation building a military, and we're 22 turns into a duel game, and the Tamil are much stronger than Rome. Rome, that is amazing. Yes, 100% win rate for the Tamil. Here we come. I'm so excited. I've been waiting for someone to pick the Tamil. I did not want to be the first person to do it. I had a feeling that I was going to be the first person who ended up doing it. So, Kerstad, huge props, much respect, and massive shout out to you, my friend, for picking the Tamilakam. Love to see it. I love the nation, and I'm looking forward to see if you do anything wacky with them. And that's the other thing. The new nations, especially Uezi and Tamil, they have some weird quirks, and I think they're really difficult. Oh, yep, they're the Dead Warrior. I feel like they're really difficult to wrap your head around, but you also can just play them normal. You don't have to do funky stuff with them. Tamil can do all sorts of funky stuff. You don't have to do any of it. Like he could sit in Trader Supremacy all game if he wanted to. You don't need to swap. I like to swap a lot. Some people like to pick a supremacy and stick with it all game, and both are viable. And that's what's cool about USA and Tamil specifically, is that you can do wacky stuff, but you also don't need to do wacky stuff. You can play them normally. But as an experienced player who's played the game a lot, it's fun to have a canvas with which to make interesting, wacky, crazy decisions with the two new nations. And not in a way that feels like crazy powerful. Like, I think the Tamil is a good nation with some strong abilities. But I don't think anything about them feels busted, which is nice. I feel like there's enough trade-offs, even with their artisan supremacy, which basically gives them Sentinel for all of their units, which in isolation, that sentence is pretty insane, because that means Sentinel ships, that means Sentinel warriors. Like, that's nuts, right? However, in the context of their overall kit, I actually don't think it's that. It's overpowered, because I think they have weaknesses and drawbacks in different areas. So, yeah, it's really, really cool. I think the three new nations are superbly designed, to be totally honest, and are excellent additions to the game in general. We have our first wonder going down in the form of the Great Stupa. Perfect wonder to grab. Perfect wonder to grab. We get to cosplay as the Hittites now. That's going to be 2 civics in every city, in addition to 2 legitimacy. So, yeah, I think the new additions are fantastic for the game, and I think they're done in a brilliant way that they're fun, interesting, new, don't feel overpowered. It doesn't feel like, oh, the new nations that came out 3 years later are all better than the original nations. But at the same time, I think they're nice iterations on the idea of, you can kind of tackle the game in a new and interesting way if you're one of the players who has been playing the game for a long time, such as many of us in the Discord scene. So that's huge appreciated. And of course, for those of you who don't know, the Tamilakam, the USA, and the Marians are in the Empires of the Indus DLC. So if you don't have access to that, that's where you can get them. The new DLC was amazing. I agree, Hazard. It was incredible. I can't even believe it. It's like, I felt like it's like 1996 or 1998, and we got our actual expansion to a video game. I think the only thing that it was missing in that context of feeling like a full-fledged, complete expansion was maybe like a campaign scenario, like some type of rise of the UAZ Empire of conquering the Bactrian Greeks or whatever scenario. But I mean, I feel like if they added a scenario to that, there would have been no way to price the damn thing, because there's so much stuff. Granaries coming out in Rome, like the granary here. I think granaries are underrated overall. People obsess too much about getting early negative wood income. But if I have administration on a nation, I will build a granary first. Not first, but I'll build like a wheat and then immediately build a granary right away. Very, very powerful. And I'll just take the wood hit for as long as I can take it. I'll worry about wood later in the game. Or, not at all. Oh, man. You know what would be interesting from the Tamil up here? Actually, reading about the comment about the boats in chat. You get a scout, you get exploration. You could tile buy to this situation. And clear, settle, and absorb it that way. And or observe it that way. So you could either just tile buy, get all the pearls into the landowner's seat, which is always fun. And then just settle this for a very minor build queue. Or they could just absorb the whole damn thing and into a minor city. Getting themselves a couple of extra points and some more income. That's always an option. That could be an interesting play to see here from the Tamil player. Flex that little potential. I think there's very, very rare moments where it makes sense to minor city a city because a build queue is so valuable, but this could probably be one of the few examples where it actually wouldn't be too bad. All right, Tamil have cleared the 5th site on their side of the map, securing the ridge along the Dinaric Alps. Very, very great strategic position for them. This is yet another location I would do landowners, and not for favoritism, but I really just think in this current situation, 1 traders, 1 artisans, 3 landowners along this river, because we also have game, we have an iron, love iron in a landowner's city. Do we have a settler? We don't have a settler. We have a settler coming on turn, so we actually don't need the free settler. I'll be curious to see what we pick here. Also, border boost is lined up, so we can go for that. So I think, yeah, we might as well just grab the border boost. We don't need the settler. Yep, grabbing border boost is going to be fantastic border boost covering most of the core. Yeah, this is an amazing game from Tamil. Unfortunate that Rome... I love any bold play from a player. I love bold plays myself, but it's a really big shame when they don't pay off or you mess them up, because in a roundabout way, and I feel the sentiment with my own games quite often, and this is not to disparage any player I've ever played up against, but sometimes, and I'm empathizing with the Roman player here, right? Sometimes it feels like you accidentally defeat yourself. Like, there's the decision that Rome made to come across the map, all those orders, all that time, all that health, and then they, doing basically what it amounted to absolutely nothing, right? And that just shifts momentum to the other player so dramatically that you come all the way back here, try to get your footing, you lose a warrior, you're still trying to get your footing, you're so far behind. So basically what it feels like, for as all of the great moves that Kerstad is making, the rushing of the warrior, the building of the other warrior, the building himself an army to protect himself, this is not to say that Kerstad has not made amazing decisions, but so much of this match is also going to hinge on the fact that Juljette kind of just was way too bold, right? So it's kind of like sometimes we shoot ourselves in the foot and we defeat ourselves accidentally. And I say this as someone who does this all the time. I come up with a bold strategy, I come up with a quirky thing that I want to try out, or I decide to get super aggressive, or I try to bully a new player because, I don't know, that's something I do sometimes. And then I end up with my foot in my mouth because, hubris, I guess. Oh yeah, Judge Trader's officer. Also another good option, even though it would also make a great patron site if all of these were pearl. Sorry, even though that would still make a good trader site, if all of these were pearls, you could do Judge Patrons. Because in addition to the fact that you can just rush constantly, the patrons, every time they level up, you're going to get the happiness back. So even after rushing what has been 6 times, you'd have completely fine, neutral, discontent, and happiness. So Judge Patrons is another combination if you have a very gold flush heavy opening like 4 pearls. You could, if you're at like Axum, for example, with 4 pearls, you could either do Judge Traders or you could do Judge Patrons, and both are viable, both make sense, both are good synergies. The Judge is a fantastic opener. We saw Purple Bull Moose running a Judge on Greece, so it's for the whole law play, but the other synergy there is financial play. You can just rush constantly with all of the money in the world, and then, now we have an artisan city. So the other thing I'd like to call out and hope that our friend Kerstad does is I would swap my judge from the capital to the artisan city and start rushing out officers. Why not? We have all the money in the world. We have plenty of food. So in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 turns, you could have 2 elder officers start spamming units. You have as much training or close to it as your friend's champion seat, and all of your units are coming out with an extra level. That's a bit of a 1-2 traders into artisan's capital punch that you can do with the Tamil specifically, or you could do it with Kush is another one, and Carthage is actually another one because, you know, they don't have enough tricks in their bag. Yeah, so judges are fantastic openers. You just need to know what you're doing with them. As with many things in Old World. Many things in Old World are good as long as you know what you're doing. You really need to get yourselves in the woods, and you also need to not clear across rivers. This is not a river connection here. So, and there's no zone of control along the river, so Juljette, big mistake when coming to clear this river, this barbarian site, forgive me. You should have pathed yourself up here. You can make it here. So you would have been in this forest taking significantly less damage. I believe the original warrior was over here, so or marauder. So the marauder, I don't even think would have aggroed you, or maybe it would have come up. I'm not sure. But point being is you'd take less damage. Yeah, you're gonna take so much damage next turn. I feel so bad. So yeah, get yourself in the woods. Be mindful of your mobility along these rivers, and yeah, work on it, I guess. Yeah, you need to back this guy up. Also, every time you take damage, you run the risk of dying. Did we just die? No, we just got blinded! Damn it! Oh, shit! Rome is having a bad game. Oh, man. That's funny. She's blinded. That sucks. Wow. Wow. Boy, that sucks. We have an intelligent, educated heir, though. Politics students, which I find interesting. A lot of people go philosophy first. I don't mind politics first, but a lot of people go philosophy first. So that's cool. Curious what the goal with that was. I'd like to see the pick. I'd like to see the pick they make. All right, we are seeing apprentice officers with an orator. The other thing that I might do in this situation is build the apprentice officers normally first, and then swap the judge and rush to elder. I've been really becoming a fan with judges and rushing 2 elder officers out in at least one location, because having that extra promotion of every unit you build from there on out is truly amazing. I've become quite fond of that. Oh, they did the mythical beast. Well, then that's on them. You never accept the top option. Never accept the top option. I mean, unless you just love to gamble. I mean, I love to gamble, but even I never accept the top option. The middle option is a clean for legitimacy with no penalty. There's no reason not to take the middle option. For legit, free and clear. Still sitting wide out in the open, by the way. Still sitting wide out in the open. You can move to these trees. Rome. There's trees. There's woods. What are we doing? You're doing great. I believe in you. I believe in you. All criticism is said with love. So if you come back, rewatch the stream, I want you to have a fantastic round 2. I think you had some good ideas. I think the bold play across the map could have worked. But we needed a settler or a second unit to go along with it. So if you're going to get aggressive, then have your build queue's decision-making back up that aggression. But in terms of barb camp clearing, I would recommend maybe play a couple quick 20-turn opening solo games and just practice your clearing tempo. Because this is really going to get you in the long run if you keep running into hiccups like that. But round 2 is going to be an opportunity to do so much better. Regardless if you win or lose. Still early days, still 28. Let's take a look at stats then. Wealth is going to be equalized because they're both crazy wealth locations. Let's see. Actually, 4 specialists in Rome as opposed to Tamil. And we know they're a little bit higher science specialists, so that's nice for them. Workers 3 and 3, so even. Plus, Tamil is up 1 because of the artisan worker. Military units produced 4 for the Tamil, 2 for the Romans. Laws adopted 1 and 1. Text discovered 6 on the Tamil to 4 for Romans. Improvements controlled 19 for the Romans. All right, so they still have, despite their setback, they're still having pretty decent development stuff going on, which is solid. Missing out on that wonder is going to suck. Let's look at legitimacy. Rome's up on that, which is good. And overall science rate, they're well within reach of each other. 35 science on Tamil, 31 in Rome. So Rome's doing fine. Rome has had a setback, but certainly not out of the game yet. Orders is actually advantage Rome. Yeah, so Rome is just having a little bit of kind of growing pains, kind of finding their footing. But if they can get out into this world, settle these 2 sites without obstruction and or harass from the Tamil, I think they're well within a position of being totally fine, coming back and having a nice strong game. Their economy is fantastic. Their orders are fine. They just had a tempo hit. You know, maybe Tamil is actually shit. Tamil is about to hit strong. Where are we at in Roma? Roma's 15 turns away. Tamil could get a couple of stompy boys in the on the map in 3, and approximately as quickly as 7 turns, I would guess. No, wait. At the 200. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That would be 10 turns. If the bonus card hops in the discard pile and then comes up in their hand next turn, and their science rate stays relatively the same, they'll get it in about 8 to 10 turns, and then it'll be some stompy boys out in the map. We have a settler coming down here to claim this final site. Be curious if they force march it. I might be inclined to do that. Depends on what I'm doing with my orders. Yeah. I think I would force march this. Don't forget about your settler. There it is. Force march, settle, perfect use of orders, and we went artisans. Interesting. I would not have done that myself. That's okay, though. I would have done... The reason why I would have done landowners here is because I really would like these camps to have trappers on them for extra growth. I love growth. I think comparative to most experienced players, I think I like growth more than most people. I think it's a great stat. All right, there we go. Getting in the woods. That's nice to see. Another one. Let's put another one in the woods. That's okay. The reason why I made that noise is because I would have put this wounded one in the woods, and I would have cleared with this guy. And why? Can anybody guess why? It's because once this guy takes more damage, this guy's going to be able to heal. Do we have a settler, though? Oh, we do have a settler right there, so never mind. It doesn't matter. They'll all be able to heal. But that's something to think about, too, is if you do have a general that can heal, you can always have them be the one to try and take the most damage in a situation. Settler coming out. Cool. Great. We'll be able to clear this site with this force easily. Especially... Oh, we're building a miner. Okay. I don't hate that. New gold mines. Nice. Navigation in 2 turns. Really, really, really hoping for some aggressive tile buying on the part of Rome. That's going to be huge if they do that. Where's their scout? There's scouts way up north. Okay. Scouts are always good for tile buying, so I like having them around the core if I can. Or you know, if I'm building a new one, that's a great starting use for them if they're back in the core. Do some tile buying. Yeah, I've played Kerstad, and I'm pretty sure he's beaten me once or twice. He's a good player. Yeah. Very good player. No, that's the thing. I mean, it's like a vocal minority thing going on. That's why I think it's funny that everybody thinks I'm such a good player, because comparative to players like Klaus, Aaron, Kerstad here, probably even Fluffy Bunny, but even newcomers like Problem Gambler. I mean, there's tons of players who I think are just flat out better than me. But I'm loud, I'm vocal, and I act like I know everything. So people tend to just think that I am better than most people, but I don't really think that's true. So that's fun to play out in a competitive scene because it's nice. You know, Boldus has beaten me. Boldus makes all the strategy videos. We played a game, a practice match like a couple weeks ago, a month ago or so, and he won that match pretty handily. So, I mean, yeah. It's interesting. Still, Win or lose doesn't prevent me from thinking I'm right a lot. Unfortunately for everyone else. Let's take a look at what else is happening here. Similar now. Both players are similar. That's good news for the Romans. Learned on the Tamil, but I think we're fine, right? We're only just a few science behind. The thing that could be contributing to Learned for Kerstad is also lucky things like events. That's always harder to tabulate in terms of tempo. Your opponent can seem a little bit more ahead of you in infrastructure than they may actually be if there's someone like me who knows where all the juicy events are, because I can get myself an extra 800 science into the tech tree, even though my economy is not actually supporting 800 science into the tech tree. I just picked that number arbitrarily. That's not a specific number, so don't anybody come asking me how do I get extra 800 science into the tech tree. That was just an example. We technically played 2 games. Oh, right. Yeah, the rush one. I forgot. Yeah, okay, so technically, Boldus has beaten me twice. I forgot about that. We got a very weird hardwood forest map that I think generated something ridiculous, like literally only 4 city sites or something like that, or 5. He was Rome, I was Tamil. I didn't predict that at all. And yeah, he just came and said hello with a zealot very quickly, and it did not go my way. I forgot about that game. Yeah. That doesn't count. That was a map that, if we had an observer, would have been re-rolled. But yes, no, it does count. It's funny. Yeah, I forgot about that game, though. Navigation coming up in 1 turn for the Romans. What do we look? We're on labor force for Tamil. Kind of lost track. We're doing inquiries. Why? Are we planning on rush this? That I don't like. Where is our judge? Our judge is nowhere, which I also don't like. Alright, so not really a fan of the inquiry. This seems like a waste. Although, I'm guessing we're going to do Polis, pick something that we want in the draw pile next turn, and then maybe rush this when it gets down to something. So, like, if we're really going for the unique bonus card, as an example, then basically we'd be spending the 300 or 400 civics to get that essentially in 1 turn. We have 52 science. Our science spiked quite a bit. We also have the lighthouse down. Very, very bad grab for the Roman perspective, because you really don't want a crazy trader's capital to have the lighthouse in it as well. So that's going to be not bode well for the Romans. And we're already 50 years away from Legendary on turn 31, but I'm going to give a prediction that we'll very easily hit something like a turn 60 Legendary City here. So that's something to think about too with this timing. Even though it says 50 years from now, it's always hard, and you can only really gain this from intuition, right? You can only really gain this from playing, unfortunately. It's hard to conceptualize how fast you actually can get to a destination with some of these numbers sometimes, because you'll be like, oh, well, it's going to take me 50 years to get there. But really, this wonder's going to finish in a second. This wonder's going to finish in like 10 turns. We're going to get another, a couple other die people. Fishers in here at some point, I'm sure, or whatever else. So really, this 50 years is probably going to turn into 30 years very easily. So we're not looking at a turn 90 Legendary City. We're looking at a turn 60 Legendary City. We do have a raid, our first raid from the Huns. We have 2 slingers in our core ready to handle it. So that's really, really great. We can just bring these guys back to the coast pretty easily. Looking good for Tamil. Worker. Stonecutter, loving the regular Stonecutter from the Landowner City. This is something I will do classically pretty often. Oh, it's coming out. He's choosing for Council instead. Apparently, he's not picking up my vibe anymore. Too bad. All right, back to the Romans. How are we doing over here? Oh, and I went over to Tamil because I was trying to check out the tech nonsense. So, we do have navigation pegged. We have monasticism grabbed. We had something else grab, I thought. Oh, and we have steel. Great, cool. Love to see it. I think this is definitely a nice pick for Tamil, or anyone who has mounted unique units, because this can be a decent counter for your Opponent attempting to overcompensate by the fact that you have a mounted unit by doing nothing but spamming spears, because tons of people seem to do that. Which isn't necessarily a bad idea, but I think sometimes people go overboard and they end up with 20 spears and 0 ranged units, and then a fight goes bad for them because they can't actually kill anything without ranged units. Monasticism makes sense. All right, back to the Romans. How are we doing in Rome? All right. Navigation has attacked, but we are unfortunately not close enough to get serfdom or colonies. We have a raid incoming, and we're going to have to send out some Roman units back to defend the core, which is going to delay our tempo going north a little bit, which is unfortunate. I don't mind the minor in the champ seat, but I'm not sure I would have gone for it right away. I think I would have still tried to make sure that I got myself a solid padding of military units, because turn 32 on these smaller maps are, even though we have a vast wilderness, it's still early enough for a player to come say hello, and I already had I already lost, military momentum early on, and I had a stronger opponent. So I would be worried about someone trying to do like a counter swing attack, which I don't think would actually be a good idea for the Tamil, but certainly something that could potentially be on the table. So, and then obviously, I forget when we gained vision of this site, but if I had seen this site, you can always intuit that this is going to raid you. You can't clear it. And, turn 30-ish is raid time. So that's another reason to have a decent amount of military units at your disposal be around turn 30, is because that's when you're going to get raids from different directions, and this is just annoying because I want to bring these units forward and clear. If I had 2 more military units, or even 1 more military unit, coming out of my champ seat right now, instead of a minor, I would be able to send that unit over here to clear raids while these units continue to move forth. Now I have to waste all the orders coming back, deal with the raiders, and then spend all the orders going back forward again. So that's another reason why I really just try to spend as much queue time in a champ seat in particular, because, that's kind of what it's there for, right? Building military units. I do like that we built a gold mine, and we're now surrounding it with regular mines. This is, in my opinion, the most efficient way to mine, short of just flatland spamming, which I don't even think that's the most efficient way to mine. I just think it's probably the second or third most efficient, because it just gets you your metal income fast. But the great thing about this is I wasn't able to show you the tooltip, unfortunately. But now every mine he builds around this silver mine is actually going to net him 7 or 8 gold, which means he's basically building mines for free in terms of upkeep. Normally, if you build any improvement, all your improvements have upkeep, right? So a mine out here on this flat is actually going to cost you something like 10 gold per turn or something. It's probably not that much. It's probably like 4 or something small, right? But now you can flip the script on that, and now all the mines that he's putting around this silver, or she. I'm pretty sure Juljette's I honestly don't know their gender, so if I mess that up, Juljette, I apologize. Yeah, whatever they build around the mines is going to be not even gold neutral. It's actually going to bring in income, more income. This is going to be like 10. Oh, it says right here, adjacency right here, 7.5 gold and 8.5 metal, right? So can I give an example from something that maybe the Tamil player is building? No, because he's also building silver mines. Yeah. So that's always cool to think about. Consideration. Hazard said Juljette is a lady. Okay, well, I'm going to trust your judgment, and if you're wrong, then Juljette, I apologize. I don't know if you guys know each other. How much of the map is scouted by both players? Yeah, I'll take a peek. This is the known world according to Rome. So, complete vision of the, or knowledge of the central plain, or central valley with the forest and the lakes, awareness of the ridges, and then if we hop on over to the Tamil perspective, more or less similar, but a little bit more obscured on the Roman side of things. Hazard, you say Kerstad is your pick to win the tournament this year? Wow, interesting. That good, huh? Interesting. I think I've only played one game against them. I really can't remember because there's two people who have similar names, and I really I keep meaning to go back and check my saves, and to remind myself if I've actually played a game against Kerstad. I think so, and I think they won that one. I think I only played one, and I think they won. I was really close. It was a very, very good game, though, if it's the game that I'm thinking of. But I got way too greedy. I think that's one of the reasons why I'm not a particularly greedy player, because the games where I get greedy, I'm like, okay, I'm going to go greed, and I'm going to, get my Alcaraz on and, like, have a super greedy game. Those are the games that I end up losing. It's the games where I'm hyper-aggressive or bold or do crazy stuff. Those are the games that I end up winning. But then when I do win those quirky games, lose those quirky games, I think to myself, oh, well, no, I've got to be more conservative and more, economic and all of that stuff. So then the next thing that happens is I play a greed game and then I still lose. And I'm like, oh, well, damn it. No, I don't know. This is our first Tamil in the tournament. Huzzah! It is not me playing, which is actually the perfect scenario because I want to be able to explain how they work. When they do different things, if I notice. I'm not really doing a full explainer here, but we have more points being generated in the other two families. So we're in the Pandya supremacy right now. And, yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to be losing. Actually, now that I think of it, it doesn't look like we're going to be using the Sangams, because I feel like if you were at this stage in the game, you'd already be building one. Rather than doing a 12-turn inquiry, you'd be doing an 8-turn Sangam, and that would actually, by the time that finishes, that would put... that's why it's basically an Ishtar bomb, because just the one first-level Sangam, with what we're looking at in terms of culture rates in these three cities where they're at now, that would be enough to culture bomb all three of these cities and get them to developing, which is just a great opener. It's the Trader's opener is by far the riskiest opener, in my opinion, because if you have an opponent who is Rome, for example, which is probably exactly what happened, and they notice that you open Traders, they can try to bully you, because they know that you don't have your Chola Sentinel bonus, and you don't have your Chera military output. So to just demonstrate, to highlight those more specifically, if the Chola, your artisans, rule the supremacy, you get Sentinel everything. All units get plus 20% strength in your national territory. So it's as if every unit you have has Sentinel. And that even includes workers and scouts, by the way, if for the body blockers among you, the body blocking aficionados among you, all units. So that's fun. And then for the landowners, the Cheras, all cities plus 1 training for rural specialists. This is a very, very great way to quickly, it synergizes with landowners specifically, but it does happen in all cities. Very, very great way to get your own sense of Rome on in your empire, because one mine, even not an iron mine, you could literally just put down the salt mine, right? Put a miner in this salt mine, which is what we're seeing here, and then this is 2 training. So every mine essentially becomes like an officer. So these two, it really increases flexibility for the nation. Like, you don't need to actually build officers if you're in Chera supremacy, because yes, you take a little bit of a science hit, but you're still getting the exact same amount of training plus other stuff. And it's quicker, right? Because when it comes out of the landowner nations, you can build a miner in like 2 turns, which gets you to building military units quickly. So that's kind of like the overall difference between the 3 supremacies. And I feel like if you're playing a duel like this and you see your opponent open up with Pandya, that means they are the most exposed of any of the possible supremacies that they're dealing with. Conversely, if someone you see open with Chola, you want to be very mindful and respectful of that 20% bonus, because we all know that we can mess up fighting Sentinel Slingers on an early invasion, and that goes double when your opponent has Sentinel everything. Did we lose another warrior? We lost another warrior. Yeah. All right. So Juljette, strong eco, decent. Like I think you're you're playing fine. I would recommend take just an hour, spend to play 2 or 3 games, and in those 2 or 3 games, just play the first 30 turns. So however long it takes you to play 30 turns of Old World, play 2 or 3 games of that, and practice your barb clearing. Because, especially as Rome, but also just in general, once we're talking tournament play and moving up a little bit more competitively, right, for all the players who want to get in on that, it happens. We've seen the best players. It happened to the best. I've lost units. I've done it live on stream. You can lose a unit to the very first camp you clear. It absolutely happens. Shit happens. However, this is the second unit you've lost while clearing, so just a little bit more practice on that front I think would be super important. You need to be mindful of how you're taking damage and the different areas that you can step in to protect yourself so that you don't lose units and ultimately lose clearing potential. But other than that, I mean, I feel like you're totally playing fine. You got Zoro nice and handily. The bold move was bold, but didn't back it up. But it could have worked. Could have worked. Yeah, Chola are great. And they've saved my ass more than once. There's a lot of moments, have been a lot of moments where people have rushed me, and even if I've lost, right? Even in the games where I've lost, it's still like I should have lost 20 turns ago. And instead I got an extra 20 turns of trying to bring it back because these guys can be so difficult to take out if they have an opportunity to get themselves set up with any measure of defense. They're really, really tricky. I think this is going to become one of those premier turtle-style nations where it's like if you just want to hunker down, get your eco rolling, and put yourself in a strong defensive position, which is exactly what is on the table if you have a judge opener on a 4 trader resource site. You have all that income for rush buying and buying wonders and all that stuff. So, and you have the shield wall, right? This is a great map for this style of play. Of course, Kerstad couldn't have predicted the whole map, but yeah, I think this is going to be one of those nations where it's like, you know what? I'm going to have a greed game, and then you basically dare your opponent to come and kill you, because while we're not in Artisan's supremacy now, bear in mind you can configure things in a way where you can kind of swap on command. It's not a button press. It takes a little finagling and understanding of the points and the systems and also the mechanics of how do you add a council member. We all know that, but does everybody know that you can just remove a council member? So everyone always worries about the score tabulations with council members, and they say, oh, but it's 100 civics to change the score. Actually, it's just 2 orders. Because if I really wanted to swap something right now, and let's say Artisans was generating too many points and competing with the Pandias, I could just, as inopportune as it is in this moment, if I'm really trying to micro that council, I could just make them leave the council. So you don't actually have to spend the civics. Of course, I'll have to spend the civics later on when I add somebody new, but if you're really trying to micro the score in a given moment, the same is also true with governors. We always think about adding governors for the points, right? That's 100 civics. However, if I click on this character, I can just ask them to leave the city for 2 orders. So those are levers that I don't think players are used to using, because why would you ever ask a character to leave the council unless you were replacing them? Why would you ever ask a governor to leave a city unless you were replacing them? So no one really clicks those buttons, I think. They're always clicking about replace, right? So in that sense, I think that's one of the areas of the Tamil that it seems harder to use the mechanic than it actually is, just because so many players don't even realize something as simple as the ability to have a character leave a position. And it's pretty easy to do that. So you can add generals, you can remove generals, you can add governors, you can remove generals, governors. And same thing with the council. And removing to reduce points is just as viable a tactic as adding to increase points. And in some ways, it's even easier, because remember, the council, well, I didn't explain it, but I will briefly now. The council positions are worth 2 points each. So if all of a sudden Chola jumps up and is contesting Pandia 7 to 6, and I don't want to swap, is literally just 2 orders to tell my ambassador to get out of Dodge. Just say, hey, I'm not ready to swap right now. I need you to leave. And that's pretty painless. There's no way to see how many hold courts Tamil has done, but they do appear to be spamming it. But unlike schemer order buying, there's no real way for us to track that. Yeah, Tamil talk indeed. I guess it's happening kind of now. It's always nice to have something to talk about while we're in these build-up phases, because I think both players are focused on their own situation at the moment. We did, unfortunately, have to retreat as the Romans again. So, again, Juljette, you have one thing to think about is all of the wasted order potential in this situation. But this is the great thing about these games, especially these early matches, right? You get the opportunity to play against an opponent, whether it's your first game or your 10th game. You get a feel for the landscape, and lots and lots of people have said being able to go back and watch their own games with someone watching with a bit of a critical lens or a critical eye on their game has been super helpful to the learning experience. So if you do come back and watch this game, I hope that's the takeaway. I hope you learn some things or think about some things differently. And again, anytime I chuckle, laugh, or tease you, it is all done with the most love and respect for the fact that you guys are even allowing us to watch, and everyone, it's the players as much as anyone else that make this tournament possible, because everybody is putting themselves out there and allowing us. Yet we did get the Civic Rush on the Inquiry. Didn't seem like we need it, though, for the Free Elephant, but I'm thinking that was the idea. So I get it. I just don't think it was necessary. I probably would have Sangam bombed myself, especially since I know I'm probably going to hop into... Oh, this is a great example. Great example. The Cholas are now in control. The Cholas are now getting ready to take control. So when it's red, this means that on your next turn, they're going to take control. So what Kerstad needs to do is decide if they want that to happen. I think they did this on purpose. Oh no, this is one of the wild cards of it. The religious head changed. The religious head was originally traders, and now they're artisans. So that's going to give a 2-point swing and cause that. But this is a great example. 5 to 4 now, right? And it's very easy to look at that and say, oh no, it's random and I don't have control. But even if it's not the most ideal situation you can make in that moment, 2 orders and your problem is solved. Should ask this person to leave real quick. Yes, you take a little penalty in some other areas. Maybe you lose some family opinion or whatever. However, it keeps your Tamil supremacy in order for a while. Also, the other thing I'll say, the Tamil supremacy, if you decide to keep it, only generates a rebel equal to the culture level of the city that you won't swap to. So Chola, for example, is just going to generate 2 rebels. Now, that can be either incredibly inconvenient, or it could be a minor nuisance. It depends on if you're set up for it. If you build a couple of units and just park them around your family seats, not necessarily ideal, but you're still prepped for if a swap tries to happen and you don't want it to. Because all it comes to at that point is just policing rebels, and it's not as harsh or as bad as I think some players think. It's just manageable, but it's different. All right, now we are really cooking with science. 64 science on turn 39. Great benchmarks happening. Very, very much where we want to be. We have the glorious Stompy Boys. I love this unit. I think it's underrated, but quite powerful. Certainly can have issues in the certain terrains, but I mean, the mobility is great. In mountainous, wooded terrain, these elephants are faster than a chariot. Perhaps not a Hittite chariot, but the average player chariot is slower in harsh terrain than a Tamil elephant is in mounted and forested terrain. So there's some really nice mobility with these units. Also, probably my favorite quirk about these that I didn't even figure out until the last minute is that since they're ranged, they can go invisible with a tactician general. So you can have stealth, invisible, panic, stompy boys roaming through the forest, which is just horrifying to deal with if you're on the receiving end of it. And it's a pretty neat unit. And of course, like other stompy boys, there's the utility of being able to disarm. All Stompy Boy nations can effectively disarm opponents with the correct positioning, which is also neat. We're getting barracks up, pillar edicts, nice to see that. More pillar edicts, really great civic output now. Yep, we have a pillar edict everywhere. I love this wonder. Great for popping borders, great for extra civics, great for extra legitimacy. Political situation in Tamil is fantastic. Chera need to get on the Hindu bandwagon, but other than that, we're good. Politics in Rome is solid as well. Zoros are super happy. Everybody else is fine. But if we can get everybody on the Zorro train, we'll be cooking as well. Finally coming up, the vicious Roman campaign against the barbarian hordes shall at last come to its conclusion. Many, many years along the Hermos River, dealing with these pesky tribal units. But I think the Romans have it this time. Yep, they'll be two-shotting these things, and they'll clear the camp one turn later. Yeah, so at last, the Roman campaign against the Barbs has come to an end. Let's see if I can see when... Nope, that's Russian. Can't see that. Let's hop over to somebody who isn't Russian. Take a peek. What am I looking for? I kind of forgot what I'm looking for. Founded Madurai. Okay, there we go. So we founded Madurai on turn 29. So this is probably going to be about turn 42 settle for the Romans. So that is about 11, 13 turn difference, give or take. So yeah, that is tempo. That's what we're talking about when we say tempo. When you're saying you're behind in tempo or momentum. Tempo or momentum are terms we use often, I think, when discussing expansion and science and all that stuff. And yeah, really can mess with your clear tempo if you lose a unit from the start. So you want to be mindful of making sure that your clearing strategies are on point. Again, mistakes happen. We all mess up. Definitely seems like a struggling point for the Romans, and it's just uncommon, I think, for the Romans of all nations. The Romans should probably have the easiest time clearing of perhaps any nation, unless you're talking about just cranking out a couple of chariots real quick on someone like the Hittites or Ueze. That'll obviously make it go quicker, but even in that case, Rome probably beats everybody, to be honest, in terms of clearing tribes. Although Assyria with crits. With a little bit of luck, Assyria is also super fast. Any of the champ nations are fast, I guess, but I think Rome and Assyria are the two fastest. There is no public stat for number of hold courts, but Tamil and Rome have been pretty comparable for civic production all game, but have outproduced them by a little over 1,000. Wow. Yeah. So that would be about 5 hold courts. Plus or minus. If the total civic output actually does include hold courts, then yeah, that would be about 5. Wait, no, 5 to 10. I'm thinking 200 civics per hold court, but it would be more like 100. Yeah, like 5 to 10 hold courts so far, which would be like 20 turns of hold courts, give or take. So it seems like they're doing a hold court about every other turn, or every other opportunity, rather, should I say. Going monasticism now, that's going to be a nice grab for the Tamil. Really solid access to monasteries through Hinduism. And of course, their shrines are pretty good. They have the science shrine. So to spread their Hinduism in order to ensure that they can get more monasteries, you can pop one science shrine down and then build a monastery. That's an effective science rate of 3 science per city, which is awesome. basically a more expensive version and expression of cleric monasteries, I suppose, especially if you're in the trader supremacy, because now those shrines are generating civics as well, which is what legalism would do for monasteries. So yeah, and they have kind of their own backwards, super more expensive, needs a little bit more setup version of cleric monasteries, or the power associated with it anyway. Usually super fast at clearing, yes, that's true. And Carthage also, because tribal mercs, yeah. So they're the handful of people who are really good at clearing. I just meant in the raw capacity of actually killing stuff with your units. But yes, I think the top 5 would be Assyria, Rome, Ueze, Carthage, and I guess that's only 4. I don't know who would be number 5. But those certainly would be the 4 best clearing nations, I suppose. All right, it's Rome's turn. What do we do? What's happening in Rome? We're doing another silver mine. I kind of really like this. I have to say, I kind of really like it. Don't like the fact that I'm seeing an acolyte in the champ seat. You really don't want to be spending build queues on specialists unless they're apprentices. Apprentice officers. But I can get behind the miners. Really increase that gold income. Also increase the adjacency of these metal complexes, which we're going to want for unique units and stuff anyway. So maybe not be my first choice, but I can certainly support and get behind the idea of building these miner specialists. I think it's because I play so much landowners nations. I am not anti-rural specialists, especially resource specialists. Or should I say I'm not as anti-rural specialist as other players are. Master Acolyte, so that's an extra order. Another Master Acolyte, that's an extra order. Trying to figure out if I'm vibing with these build queues or not. 36 Science, we're falling behind on that. On the overall curve, this will add in 0.8. This will add in 0.9. This will add in 0.8. So that's like 2-ish science in the next, what is that, 3 turns? Not great in terms of minimum benchmarks. But, oh, spear upgrade. Do we get Alex? Great. Anything marked in the tech tree? Nope. Oh, no, steel. Steel is next. Interesting. I kind of like that. You probably know your opponent's going to have steel to counter your spears, so kind of getting your own axes actually does make sense. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. Did we just swap to Tamil? That happened. All right, so yeah, nothing is... We have military drill marked for the Romans. All right, that's solid. Definitely need trapping. Definitely going to want slingers. And barracks are always, always, always good. Unless you play a Marian diplomat, then you don't need to get barracks. And that was a joke. That's not serious. But I just noticed that I didn't build any barracks in my last game. All right, we have some migrating units toward the front line. Yeah, I'm iffy on the inquiries, but I guess that's another thing to do. Oh, and we did our swap. We swapped to our orator ruler. So let's talk about swapping. Tamil talk. So, what has happened is that the Cholas took over, and we elected to allow them to take over. So now we are in the Chola supremacy, which means we no longer get the 1 civics for each shrine, and instead we get 20% for all units in national territory, in addition to 1 order per turn if we ever build any harbors. I suspect we will not see harbors in this particular game, but some games do in fact go long enough to flex the harbor bonus, which makes Tamil a fascinating nation insofar as they have the worst order economy in the game, even worse than Greece or Babylon's, and yet if the game goes long enough, they end up having arguably the best order economy in the game. So it goes back to that idea of having weaknesses and strength. It's like on its own, this is a super powerful ability, but it has drawbacks. It has give and take and weaknesses, and that's really funny to me. But yeah, if you can make it to turn 80 or 90 and you have a bunch of harbors in the ocean, it gets absolutely disgusting how many orders this nation can generate, especially since artisan cities, and typically trader coastal cities with the right resources, tend to be cultural powerhouses. So that's on average an extra 3 to 4 orders per city, which is basically like having a Heliopolis that you can build on your own and in the water. It's gross, but again, lots of setup. You need to get cartography for it to happen, and then you can also add in coinage for markets, which will boost adjacent harbors. That does affect the order bonus, and yeah, that's a fun synergy and combo, but definitely a late game thing, definitely a build up thing. Most games will probably end before you even need all of that stuff. However, it is a tool in the toolbox, and it is very, very fun once you are able to. I have pulled it off in a couple of games and dual multiplayer matches where I've relied on the harbor thing, and yeah, it gets pretty ridiculous very quickly. Rome is not taking the free Hastati. Thanks for that call out, Fluffy Bunny. That's going to be, I think that's going to be a definitive mistake here. They are delaying access to a 6-strength unit against a nation that is stronger than them. I definitely think trapping is essential, so I understand delaying. They have a big draw pile. That's the thing, man. These bonus cards are very, very tricky to work around. I love the culture, the fact that they come from the culture, but part of my love of that is also the timing window of it. Is sometimes it ends up in your deck, and it becomes a real serious consideration as to whether it's worth grabbing now or staying on path, because if we grab it now, then trapping will go into our discard pile, and we have a really large draw pile, which makes it very unlikely that trapping will come back in the next 2 hands. Not even the next 2 turns, the next 2 hands. So that could mean that trapping, of all technologies, could be something like 16 turns away or 12 turns away, which puts, of course, military drill 20, 24, 25 turns away. And that's bad news. So this is a really, really tough spot for the Romans to be in terms of their hand. And to be honest, I'm not even sure what, in the moment, under the pressure with the timer against another player, I'm not even sure what decision I would make. I'm not actively playing the game. Oh, we got the Abaddon. I completely missed this. Good job, Rome. Sorry about that. At some point, we started and have finished the Abaddon. So they're the Wonder in Rome, and great. Awesome. I'm sitting there talking about trapping, and all of a sudden I look down and saw this. I'm like, that is a very big building. What the hell is that? Oh, it's the Abaddon. Great. Good job, Rome. But yeah, I'm not sure what I would pick here. I'm inclined to think I would pick the Hastati because I'm feeling like I'm going to get attacked on turn 50 or 60. And I need something to do to handle that. But I could understand saying, no, I need to get myself military drill as fast as possible. And this trapping pick now is the only way to do that. So yeah, tough grab for the Romans. I don't envy them. I don't envy that decision at all. Garrison's coming up. Already had a barracks in the city. I missed this one, but so yep. So now he's got his barracks complex. Nice grab on that front. Yep, barracks here. Are we doing a law tempo? 2. Yeah, this is just a smooth game overall, regardless of what nation. But it's nice to see a very smooth Tamil game. Again, playing really smooth, even if Rome never came over here. If Rome could have had a better game, been matched up, settled up in Londinium way quicker if they never crossed the map. But I still think we would have gotten a similar, if not even more efficient game out of Kerstad here, with the settling of all these cities and the development, the building of the barracks and the tech tree and all that stuff. Basically, Rome's, or maybe a little bit slower clearing because Rome helped them clear this site, I suppose. But yeah, Rome's foray to the other side of the map has basically had no impact on Kerstad. So just general nice, solid, strong play here. Going to be very interesting round 2 for Kerstad, I think, whether he wins or loses. Because if he loses, I think he'll clean up in round 2. And if he wins, I'll be very curious to see who the next opponent will be. Tim will just pull the Coliseum down. Wait, what? That's not true. A Coliseum ping. Oh, pings. Nobody cares about pings. Nobody cares about pings. You guys and your pings are nuts. Ping. Yeah. Here we go. Makes sense, because now we're 19 turns away. Oh, what did I call out? 19 turns. That's going to be 10. That's 63. So, at one point, this was a turn 90 legendary CD. Now this is looking like a turn 63, and I still think it will probably go down a little bit. We have an amphitheater coming out in 6 turns. Yeah, so I'm really... I think I originally, called 61? Turn 61 legendary? Back when it was 30 turns away, it was going to be something like a 90-something there. Oh, we have an acolyte? Yeah, this is 19 plus 40, 44, 50, yeah, 63. I'm really guessing about a turn 61 turn 61 legendary here. It might even be sub turn 60, to be honest. But I'm going to stick with the turn 61 prediction. Oh, I love the bulldozing. I mean, you could have used your Sangam for that, but I guess you wanted inquiries, and that's fine. I'm not going to knock it. But this is going to bulldoze the culture here. Propping this up. This is 21 turns until developing. No, it isn't. It is 1 turn away from developing, because this is going to give you 50 culture in the turn. 50 culture next turn. It's 5... No. What is it? It's 5 turns worth of harvest payout. Whenever you bulldoze a wonder. And I call it bulldozing. That's my personal term for it. When you build an urban project over a existing tile resource, the tile resource is deleted forever, and you get a one-time 5-turn payout of its harvest value. And so in the particular case of groves, this is 50 culture. This is a favorite strategy of mine. It's a classic strategy of mine. Of course, it is certainly a very big consideration because groves are really good. They're great sources of science, culture, luxuries, whatever. But we want this. This tells me we're banking on a shorter game, not a long-term game. We want that developing culture, that developing build queue, so we can rush and do other things from the city. Great move. Love to see it. Love to see that. The bulldoze does scale for Persia. Great question, Alcaris. I believe it does. So Persia gets a 50% bonus on bulldozing resources as well. I'm sure Fluffy or someone could fact check me on that, but I have like an 80% confidence that it does. I think it technically... yeah, I think it does actually count as a harvest. But any of you code diggers can find that out and confirm whether that's not, because it's a great question. We decided that it didn't. Okay, Mohawk has decided that it didn't. Okay. I do know one thing, one important question that I might as well just give the answer to, because I could think that people would ask it. If you get a free building from an event, so like the Jebel, right? And you get your free temple, and if you place a building on a resource, you will not get that payout. So you can't use the Jebel to get an extra 50 culture by whatever gold by plopping it on a resource and deleting the resource. It's only if you actually manually construct the resource there yourself. And I think the main reason they decided to do that was because being able to manually place buildings from free events in the first place is already a strong enough bonus. So using it to micro other payouts is probably a bit much, and I vibe with that. I think that's a good decision. But yeah, that's something to be mindful as well. You have to actually be building the urban tile on. Builders can do it though. If a builder builds urban on this, it will get you the culture. So builders can run around and scoop up culture from groves and stuff super, super quick if they want. That's another little fun quirk for the builder archetype. All right, so maybe Persia doesn't factor in the bonus. I will believe Fluffy on that one, because I do, believe it or not, I am wrong sometimes. We're building lumber mills. I didn't even realize we got forestry. Great for them, man. These guys are swimming. 41 forestry. That was 4 turns ago? Wow. Yeah, these guys are chewing through the tech tree, going in great locations, and I love that we're getting the mines around the fire shrine, because this is going to be more training production. This is going to be a very military capable Tamil nation. And one thing you can always do is keep eyes on archetypes. So, for example, we have... Oh, actually, we have another potential swap. We did just swap. Oh, the regent. What happened here? Oh, they're on the throne now. Okay, so this isn't a big deal. This isn't a big deal, too. So one thing I want to mention about the swaps, right? So right now we have a Pandia ruler on the throne as a regent, who's unpopular. That sucks. But, so the rulers give it 2 extra points. So looks like we're going to have a swap next turn, right? This is a swap. You can decide to swap, or you can just take on 3 rebels, because like I said, the rebel count matches your culture output. But the great news is if your ruler already belongs to the family that's taking supremacy, you don't do any of the character swapping nonsense. So he's not going to lose anything by allowing the Pandias to take control again. He's not going to, you know, he loses the artisan supremacy, which is maybe perhaps a bit unfortunate, but there's no real political fallout for him just ending up with a traitor on the throne. So that's not a big deal at all. Odeon's coming up. Looks like we're pushing to strong culture in our cities if we can. The other thing I like to do after doing this, by the way, we built an Odeon down deleting a grove, right? Which is fine, getting us to developing. Normally what I do if I'm doing that, especially if I have drama, because what we're thinking about is culture sources, right? Because we also deleted a grove, which is always a very good source of passive and or grove culture, right? I like to build a theater next. So you delete a grove resource with an Odeon, and then you build a theater next, and then that kind of recoups the cultural investment that you tossed out while giving you a nice quick upsurge in potential specialists and stuff. Hazard. Yeah, that's a great question. Or a great concept. I'm pretty sure you can't assassinate other characters, or maybe is it only heirs? Fluffy, can you assassinate people in other empires? Actually, no, you only have access to a couple of other people. I guess you could target generals. Yeah, you could assassinate. Ooh, Hazard, I love that thinking. I think you can assassinate random characters, because I've done it. I've assassinated the governor before. Oh boy, that's a really good idea. That's a really good idea. Hazard. Alright, now it's your turn to make a strategy video. That's a really good idea. It's probably not worth it, but I still love the idea of it. It's probably not worth it at all, but I love the idea of trying to find the oligarch on a general and just killing it, or like, you know, whatever. Oh man. That's a really, really, really fun idea. No, yeah, I know you can. I remember I actually did kill a governor in one game. Somebody was spamming inquiries, and I got the really bright idea to get rid of the scholar governor, and it actually worked. Actually worked. Cool. I'm glad everybody's joining the fun. Hop on, co-cast. I apologize that I don't always have a co-caster. It's just harder for me to talk to other people and also do a good job streaming. Mostly because of my hearing thing. Not getting the free camel, that's alright, but I would have gotten the free camel. We probably don't need the free camel. Comp bow makes more sense, actually, but I always love a camel. Nice. We're tutoring our daughter, philosophy student, 14 years old. That's nice. Still hoping for the Hinduism to spread to the landowner's family. Yeah. Rome's looking all right. Still need to get our science up. Let's take a peek at stats on here on turn 47 now. Entering the mid-game portion of this duel between our opponents, Kerstad and Juljette, and we have 11 technologies for Kerstad on the Telecom, 9 technologies for Rome. Let's take a look at specialists. Now 17, guys. 17 specialists for the Telecom. Many of those may be landowner specialists, but 17 nonetheless for the Romans. For the Telecom, 9 for the Romans. 8 workers on Tamil, 6 for the Romans. That's just going to come down to the tempo issues we had as Rome, as well as the specialists too, I suppose. Military units, 7 and 7, so they're neck and neck there, but the Tamil have 2 bonus 6 strength units, which the Romans had to dump in their tech hand, so they're not going to have any access to their unique unit for quite some time. Laws adopted, 3 on the Tamil now to Rome's 2. Improvements controlled, 56 on Tamil to Rome's 40. So one area that Juljette's really keeping up with in overall economics. I'm on the Roman screen right now, and we have pretty decent economy in Rome. Massive gold stockpiles could be used to buy a wonder. They do have access to strong cultured wonders, so we could getting the museum up. And isn't the mausoleum in this game too? Mausoleum is always a good grab if you're trying to culture rush. I'm surprised we didn't actually see that come down in this crazy traders city, but I suppose we don't really need it, especially at this point, because by the time we finish the mausoleum, we'd be done. 14 turns from now for Legendary City would be 62. Turn 62 Legendary. Will we do? We are building the Jebel. And we're almost finished. Yeah, we'll easily do a 61 or less Legendary City for sure. Great. So we've secured the Jebel. Great grab. We're getting a Hindu monastery as well. Fantastic. Dude, oof, Kerstad is cooking. Kerstad, another monastery. Science ramping up. Turn 72. Turn 48, and we have 72 science. Great benchmark. Great tempo there. Reminder that I say it all the time, but my bare minimum benchmark. Bare minimum. Have your science rate match whatever turn you're on. So we're looking at least 48 science on turn 48. If you want to make sure you're staying in the game and going to go up against a player who's in this situation has 72 science, right? So if we hop on a Rome, we're a little bit behind on that tempo because Rome only has 39 science. And so it's not the fact that Rome has 39 science, it's that fact that your opponent is either going to have at least 48 science, if we're looking at that bare minimum, or they could have as much as 100 science by now. Right. So what you're thinking, how I frame that benchmark is, what's the minimum amount of science that you can have to do well against your opponent who has a decent amount of science? And generally speaking, I think it's matching the turn that you're on. Because I think 48 science right now could compete with 72 science. As long as you're just making sure that you're ramping it up. And also, eventually, you're going to hit a spike. So maybe you have 48 science right now, but then by turn 60, a little bit behind tempo, but you have 100 science, right? And you're finally caught up to where your opponent is. Building a wall in Murderai, I do not like this. Tempo is on our side. Unless maybe our opponent, maybe Kerstad is really going to go for the full-blown eco Wonder Point turtle. As Alcaraz likes to say, if you are ahead, just get more ahead. And the onus is not on the Tamil to go take out Rome. They have enough sites on their side of the map. They can eventually settle these sites for points at some point with their units and stuff. They can hop into the Chola supremacy, wonder spam to victory, and the Romans will be able to do absolutely nothing to stop it, in my opinion. Although, there is risk there, because the longer you play the game, the more chance and opportunity you give your opponent, who may be behind in tempo, the ability to get back into it. And that's how that works. So, Tamil is in a dominant position right now, and maybe they decide to sit pretty and just go for an easy win. But that's still going to take more turns, potentially, then attacking Rome is still going to be less disruptive for Rome than attacking Rome, obviously. So if you decide to sit pretty and rack up points for the next 40 turns, that could create a window of opportunity for Rome to finally find their footing, get their momentum in full swing. Don't build random miners. Wait, no, that's probably a salt person. Still, I'm not really feeling it. It is a salt person. No, with the random miner. Salt person, yes. Random miner, no. Unless you're landowners. So, well, I mean, I guess it's one of those things in Old World. I hate this. It's one of those things in Old World where like 90% of the time, don't build a random miner. But the 10% of the time, okay, yes, it can make sense. Is this that time? I'm not sure. Because I'm not actually playing the game. But generally speaking, this is probably a bad idea. However, we don't have military drills, so maybe the thinking is get this training now. I still have another citizen for an officer. By the time my barracks come up, I'll already have 2 training worth of specialists in this city for barracks, and I'm not losing any timing on building the first officer. So if you wrap all of that together in a pretty package, then this actually does make sense. Would it be my first choice? Not necessarily. Is it an absolutely abysmal choice? Probably not. But it's one of those rare cases where it's like, so many things about this game, if you're not thinking about them correctly, you can make serious big mistakes. And festivals are probably the most obvious example of that. People build festivals, in my opinion, for all the wrong reasons. Walls are another example of that. But yeah, again, if Tamel's going for a big turtle game, then fine. It makes sense to get the walls now, because the last moment in a game that you want to build a wall is when you see units coming towards you. You want to have the wall already built. So this is a smart location for a wall. We did go off the wall, so all right. But this would be a smart location for a wall, because if the Romans put a navy in these waters, tile by these borders, this coastal connection, this will be one of the main potential battlefields of the game. The other option is right here if Rome tries to come in through the lake, but I would hate to attack through this lake, because if the Tamil can expand these borders, this is just going to be a nightmare logistically. This is also a nightmare logistically, go in the core. And then the final possibility is Rome could use their colony biles. I would love this. I would love to see Rome do colonies by along this coast up here and give themselves a landfall opportunity up here while putting a navy up here. That could be a very interesting opportunity of attack to defend, to invade a potentially weakened core. So there are all sorts of potential opportunities for the game to unfold in different directions, but I definitely do think that this is a sensible location to build a wall. This is sensible location number 1 for the context of building walls and building them early because you're anticipating mid-game or late-game conflict. This is sensible location number 2, and don't build any walls in your core. If you get blitzed, well, you're welcome. But odds are you're not going to get blitzed, because that's another good strategy that people tend to not be fond of for some reason. So yeah, you really don't need walls in your core. But a wall out here on a strategic location where you know this is probably like an 80% chance in, like, literally these are the 2 locations for the entire game where if you are invaded by Rome, this is where the battle will happen. This is possible, but this would be a nightmare for Rome to get into. And then, of course, this would require some big brain moves on Rome, enough that I wouldn't even predict it. So, yeah, tossing a wall in Madurai is not a bad idea. Because people are always struggling to figure out when should I build a wall. And it's a preparation move that you're building a wall for something that could happen 20 turns from now. That's what you're doing. You're building a wall for a battle that's going to take place 20 turns from now. In fact, I would say you don't need walls everywhere, but the one city that you do build a wall in, or you should build a wall in, is the city that you hope you never even need it in. So build a wall here, yes, but ideally, it never even comes into play. That doesn't mean the wall was a waste, it was a hedge. It's insurance. If the battle happens here, if the battle goes down, if I need more time or more deterrent for my opponent, that's what the wall gets you. So it's a big question mark, which doesn't make them bad. It makes them niche, situational, and absolutely something that you don't want to build everywhere. So for the players who build walls everywhere, please, for the love of God, stop. Another Byreme coming out in the champ seat. The one nice thing about being a champions nation on this map is that you can build way more ships than your opponent. Which is really fun. However, Tamil is such a shitty nation to go into if you're going to fight a naval battle, because they just need to dip into the artisan supremacy, and then all of their ships are going to get 20% combat damage boost, which is just not inside the borders, just to be clear. But yeah, the Tamil are going to prove themselves to be the single most formidable nation to attack into. I think that's what their one big strength. If nothing else, they have several, but that their one big strength, that if you allow a Tamil player to get set up, they become harder and harder to invade, because all of their units, their siege, their onagers, their ballistas, everything, if you're trying to attack them, has a combat boost. It's think about how often we value political situations in combat, like having strong families on one side versus weak families on another. It's almost as if they have friendly families at all times. Oh, somebody has a hunt? Do we have a hunt project? Oh, cool! Yes, this is an event. This is a very cool event. I didn't know the name of it. Thanks, Fluffy. But yeah, there is actually an event that can give you access to the hunt project. I don't know how reliable it is to attempt to trigger. I think it's just like a culture level up. So I don't think it's something you can try to farm for, but really, really neat. Really, really neat. That's cool, Grab. Cool to see that pop up. Take a look at the military score now, by the way, because I feel like Tamil's crushing it. Yeah, they're crushing it. 530 on turn 51 to 338. They do have their 2 unique unit from the bonus card, and Rome does not. So not looking so hot. But I really don't think the Tamil player is feeling any aggression, although they are still gearing up for aggression. They're building ranges now, so I'm probably wrong about this. They're building a range. They went for comp bow. They're getting steel now. Yeah, I think we'll see the Tamil player slap the Romans around for a little bit, because we're also doing the forestry miner thing. We're getting landowners miners, so this is really nice, by the way, because if we dip into the landowner supremacy, every one of these rural specialists are going to get an extra training. So basically it's as if these miners have just transformed into officers in a moment. So that's really fun. We have a zealot now on the throne. A traitor zealot on the throne. So that signals to me that some potential aggression could be coming in the direction of Rome. And let's take a peek, a peek. That wasn't words. I'm sorry. Let's take a little peek. The rapid fire talking style sometimes outpaces my own brain. Let's take a peek at how far this zealot stompy can get. Guys, this is like having an Egyptian unique unit. And this is forest, and so much of this terrain right here is forests or hills, and the stompies don't care. Look how far north this guy can get, all through these woods. Who doesn't love this ability? This ability is amazing. I love this ability, and they cleave too. In case that wasn't enough, these guys can cleave. They can cleave. They can disarm. They can panic. They can go wherever the hell they want. They can turn invisible with a tactician. This unit's amazing. I love this unit. Super underrated. I think, anyway. Potentially underrated. But yeah, you certainly don't want to fight in the woods, but that's also what's great about Panic. If you start a battle here and there's some people stacked up in the woods, you get to do one of two things. You can either push them out of the woods, but if they're really stacked up, you still disarm them. So they're still not going to get the full 50% protection from the forest, because they're going to take a 20% damage hit. Oh, a strength hit, rather. So, I mean, yeah, pros and cons, but these guys are great. These guys are great. 3 turns on steel for the Tamil. So I'm thinking we'll have a mix. Do we have any spears? Do we need any spears? No. So I'm thinking we'll see a couple of archers. Maybe the free ballista bonus cards show up. Couple of axes. We have our bonus card. Maybe we even dip to battle line real quick. Get a couple of longbows, and then we're gonna go have some Romans for breakfast. or lunch or dinner, depending on what time or part in the world that you're watching this. Another Shrine of Mergen. This is the great... Oh, I love being the opportunity. I don't go for polytheism with the Tamil enough, but on a nice forested region, it's really... We're doing it up here, too. Shrine of Mergen. Oh, we got a forest fire. That's a bummer. But, yeah, really another great way to ramp up training in this nation as well. Plenty of forests to get the fire shrine. And, you put your lumber mills up, and you get one training from the lumber mill. And if you wanted to boost your science... You can put your landowner specialist in this. You get the two training. Sorry, the two, science. And then you get one training from the specialist and one training from the fact that it's a lumber mill against the fire shrine. So what does that amount to with the landowner supremacy? That's literally an officer. Two training, two science. Right here. Two training, two science, two training, two science, two training. So imagine a city that can literally just build 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 officers. Yes, you don't get the potential to upgrade or the XP, but that's essentially what you're working with here, with the landowner supremacy synergizing with lumber mills around the Shrine of Mergen. Lots of capability. You guys just need to get practice on them. You just need to be creative. You need to explore a little more, expand the mind, and just see the possibilities. It's amazing. I love these guys. They're really, really fun. Of course, it can be super annoying to set yourself up for perfect landowner supremacy and then get so threatened that you have to swap into the artisan's supremacy, because then what happens is then you just have regular lumber mills on, regular lumberjack people, foresters, guys, and, you lost all the training, which, isn't always a big deal, but it can be a little bit of a bummer when it happens. So missing the opportunity as Rome... We did get serfdom, which does make sense, but so far, no mindset for the colony play here. This is one of the things you want to watch out for when watching these games and getting a sense of your opponents. Like if one thing that you can do in this tournament now, too, with all this footage, right? Let's say you're matched up with an opponent in round 2. You could actually go back and watch their game and get a sense of their play style. Try not to play the player too much. I think that's a big mistake that many players will make, is they try to play the player and not their own game, and that can lead to surprising upsets or mistakes because you either overestimate or underestimate your opponent. Both can lead to different mistakes. However, when watching opponents, strategic tile buying is something that very important to look for. I think strategic tile buying, strategic roading, that's another thing, building roads, those are signals to me of particularly strong play, where you have an opponent who's kind of locked in and really paying attention to the capabilities of the map itself. Because even I don't always spot the most amazing tile buying opportunities, and I'll be up against a player like Ninja who always does, and then next thing I know, I lose a battle because he just got the right terrain, and it's so annoying, and then, yeah. Lots of investment need for the Tamil shrines, indeed, Frederick. I know, but I think some of these new nations, like Tamil and Yuzi, it's one of those things where you don't try to do everything. You just pick an idea and you go with that one particular idea. So in this case, I think what we're going to see here at some point is maybe, although it could be difficult for us to swap. We have so much Pandia supremacy, where this might be in a situation where it becomes so hard to swap that we don't even see it happen. Do we have anyone in our dynasty of a different family? No. Every single player is a different family. This is another lever that you can pull. Let's say, for the sake of the argument, these two characters were daughters, and they married different families. So all of these children were landowners. Let's go back there. All of these children were landowners, and all of these children were artisans. That would give us a lever to pull where we could either change dynastic laws or name an heir directly to put that family member on the throne, thus giving us more points at some point in a game to try and make the swap that we would like to intend to maybe perhaps end the game on, or, dip into in an emergency situation. So what we have here for Kerstad, however, is a tricky situation where his dynasty is not taking on other families at all. So he doesn't really have that lever to pull in terms of manipulating his supremacy, which, again, not a big deal. He can sit in, he's having a fantastic game. He can sit in the Pandia supremacy all game and do just fine. He's still getting training from these lumber mills. He's still getting training from all these ranges. We have 28 training in the city already. I think that's fantastic. Anything 30 or above training in a city is perfect for, and I mean for like the life of the game. This is basically a 2 to 3 turn unit of any unit in the game for most of the game, or probably more accurately for late game units. It's a 3 to 4 turn unit for most units in the game, which to me is plenty solid. Some players are obsessed with getting like 1 or 2 turn on a unit, and I really don't think you need to get that heavy with it. We lost a unit, or we've retreated the unit. Okay, so that's great. So yeah, this could still be a very smooth game if we don't see any family swapping shenanigans whatsoever. You don't need to build your game around swapping. I like to, because I like the fun, quirky chaos of it all. But it's certainly not a core aspect of playing them. It's just another tool in the toolbox that they can lean on if they want. 8 turns. Still turn 62. Interesting. Interesting. Will that go down? I can't wait to see what turn we hit legendary. Alright, back to the Romans. I know I'm kind of like doing a turn behind with these guys, but... Building our barracks now. No garrison in this city yet. I guess we'll put a garrison here. We'll get barracks coming along online in the champ seat. And that's the currently, this is a great example. We actually have more training in this landowner city than the champion seat has in the champ city, which is solid, right? And this is without the landowner supremacy. So we would gain another 1, 2, 3 at least training by the time the landowner supremacy kicks on in. So that's pretty solid. Not too bad. Yes, and Frederick's pointing out that for the Tamil specifically, I'm going to go to the tech tree too. For the Tamil specifically, opening up more council positions creates a lot more tools with the whole supremacy mechanic for 2 reasons. A, the council positions are all worth more points, so you can manipulate the council and the point total better. But also, my personal favorite secret trick is the Chancellor's ability to imprison. And why does that matter? Is because let's say I want to swap into the Cheras, but I don't want to be a builder for some reason, or this character just looks like they suck. If you imprison them, they'll get booted out, and you'll get a new archetype or a new character on the throne, which may very well be a new archetype. Of course, you cannot guarantee it. This is random chance, but you know, everybody knows me. I don't care about the random chance element of it, but it's another way to roll the dice. You imprison a character. Maybe, let's actually take a look. So we have a warlike orator, we have another builder, we have a judge, we have another builder, and we have a scholar. So basically in this situation, we would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that is a 40% chance to get another builder, or a 20% chance to get a scholar, judge, or orator. So you look at that and you say, well, I'm swapping into the landowner supremacy anyway. Do I want this character? Which actually, this guy's great. Builder, warlike builder, fantastic. Exactly what we're looking for. Even though he's a builder, but like he's still going to be military oriented. So this guy's fine. But let's just say he was a terrible character, like insane, negative wisdom, whatever. It's like, oh man, that really sucks. I don't want to take him. Just imprison him. Chuck him away, and any one of these guys will take his place. Same thing up top. We have a hero on the thing. What about this schemer? Do we want to run this? Oh, she's 70 years old. We don't want her in charge. But like, yeah, I don't know, man. It's fun. It's weird. It makes no sense. Is it good? I don't know, but it's a lot of fun to play. And it basically, I played them nonstop for like a month. And then when I started playing other factions, I had like whiplash because I was thinking about the game completely differently. When you start, like I was having a hard time being like, oh, I shouldn't assign this governor right now because he's a statesman governor, but I'm playing Carthage and it doesn't even matter because they don't have the supremacy mechanic. So yeah, no, it's a really neat faction, and they are tricky to get your head around. But you don't. I think people I think they're more complicated than people think, though, because you don't have to go nuts with it. I just like going nuts with the mechanic. So I guess this did become Tamil talk after all, which, I mean, great. This is exactly why I was hoping I wouldn't be the first player to play them, and this is actually exactly why I was hoping that I would be able to cast a game where they showed up. So again, huge shout out to Kerstad. I had no idea who was going to pick them. Virtually none whatsoever. No idea anyone else was even playing them regularly. So really, 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 really cool to see somebody playing them. And having an opportunity to talk more about them, because they're weird. It's awesome. All right, centralization's up for the Romans. A bit late, considering that we got acolytes running so early. But, I mean, sometimes you can delay aristocracy. Not necessarily necessary, but I think if you have such a high cultural output in your capital, you know you're going to hit strong quickly. So that's going to increase the value of aristocracy and the investment you made to grab it over time quicker, because the logic there is... It's 2 science per culture level. So low culture caps, maybe you can ditch it, you don't give a shit. High culture caps, you're like, oh wow, the value of centralization has just jumped up because my 2 science is going to become 4 or going to become 6 much, much quicker. And of course, it always gets modified by governors, so even sages is another good example, since they have scholar governors very often, so you can enhance that base science. The science from that law will get enhanced by governors. Aaron's asking how much I promised Kerstad to pick them. Honestly, yeah, no, we did not arrange this. This was a complete fluke, complete accident, and I'm thrilled to see it. In fact, I don't even think... I can't remember if I've played Kerstad. I gotta look at Discord, see if we actually have a chat history here. Yes, we did. We did play one game. It was, and it is the game I was thinking. Kerstad and I played one game. He was Babylon, I was Hattie, and we had this amazing 20 or 30 turn war where I was fighting from behind, and I absolutely had a window to like find my narrow path towards victory. This was back when enlist was still a thing, so I was using enlist to some gross things, and but you know, Kerstad took the field. We are coming out here with the Romans and clearing a site. This is great. We got making use of our boats, making use of our spears. We'll get an extra site much quicker than the Tamil. The Tamil don't even seem to be trying to get their sites, which is nice. So this will help a little bit for the Romans. This would be a very solid landowner's location. And this goes back to the idea of flexibility, right? Why landowners? Why not somebody else? Well, first of all, we don't have traders, right? So the best way to get the maximum output from a site like this, where you don't have traders or something like patrons, plop down landowners. You're going to have, we're going to get the extra citizen because it's coming from a landowner city, right? Put up 2 fishers, put up 2 nets, put 2 fishers in the nets right away, and that's a super culture boost, a super science, well, a little bit of a science boost, and basically this city becomes like a sort of pseudo traders flex family really, really quickly. Gets itself set up pretty quick. So yeah, if you have access to the landowners nation and you've brought them in, my general rule of thumb is when in doubt of what you should settle in a location, just pick landowners. They're super flexible. Really ramping up military production. We're bringing in boats. We have a camel from somewhere. It looks like a merc camel. Slingers. Let's take a check at this power graph. Yeah, Kerstad is moving up. All the gears are turning. We're coming up with an elder officer. 5 turns. There it is. Turn 61. Turn 61 legendary. Or less. Really can't stress it enough. If you've been watching this whole video or you were live with us, remember when there was a point where we were making something like 30 or 40 culture per turn, and this said something like 34 or whatever turns until legendary, and that would have 50. It said something like 50 turns to legendary, right? So that would have been something like a turn 90 legendary city. It's going to happen in turn 61 turns or less. So that's something to think about when it comes to those previews telling you, oh, it's going to take you 40 years to do the thing. Same thing with science beelines. You pick a tech that says, oh, this is going to take you 20 turns to research. But as your science, even this minor is going to increase our science. As your science increases, as you make decisions or as you get events that give you science boost, that 20-turn science tech is actually going to be like 12 turns. So that, unfortunately, there's no UI mechanism that can ever give players that information, right? There's no way to streamline that for players. That all just comes from intuition of playing the game. You get a sense of how often and how quickly. Like I, for example, even if this goes lower, I was roughly able to look at the situation we had in this capital, what Kerstad was doing, and I was able to say, well, no, this isn't going to be a turn 90 legendary city. This is going to be a turn 60 legendary city, and that's exactly what's about to happen. And that, unfortunately, is just intuition. And playtime, I guess. So, and not everybody has that. That's okay. 5 turns to architecture. Well, that would be a nice science boost along this riverbed for the Tamil. Really a solid grab. Do we have any judges? No, we still don't have judges. That's one thing that is a bit unfortunate about them. They don't have easy access to judges, and yet I feel like judges in this nation would make them shine so much. Which is probably why opening with a judge on Tamil is actually a really good idea, generally, if you have a good layout for it. Yes, without a builder leader, any legendary is a minute away, which is one of the reasons why swapping into Tamil supremacy is such a powerful mechanic. We have a builder right here. Keely the Younger, governor of Vanchi, oligarch of the Landos family, is our builder that we can swap into on command. No legitimacy. The legitimacy will decay like normal, but no penalty from naming him as an heir or anything like that. Just a clean swap to a new ruler. And there you go. In fact, let's look at our dynasty and see if we can emphasize that. In our dynasty, we have a scholar, we have a schemer, we have a zealot, we have a tactician, we have a bunch of kids. So there are no builders in the Tamil dynasty, but he's culture rushing and he wants to get the Colosseum quick. So his plan is foiled, right? No. The Tamil, if they can figure out a way to manipulate the points, can actually put a builder on the throne in the form of Keely the Younger. And that is one of my favorite things about these guys. If you need an archetype and it's not in your dynasty, check your families, and maybe you can make a swap and just get the archetype. That's their superpower. Their superpower is they can pick whatever archetype they want because they have an extra 2 slots at any given time that give them some potential archetypes. Right now, they can't swap to the Scholar from the Pandya because they're already Pandya. So it's always one of the 2 families that you don't have access to. But technically speaking, Kerstad actually does have access to a builder right now in this moment. And not a bad one either. He's a little old, but Warlike Builder is not too bad. Humble Warlike Builder, I'll take it. And let's not forget, if you swap and the ruler takes over, they immediately get a level up. Basically. They get 150 XP, which in most situations will level up that character. So, dude, they're really cool. They're hard to play, though. I know I'm talking all excited and I like them, but fair warning to anyone who watches this video and thinks they're going to go Tamil spam some games. They can be tricky to play. So, you are in for a learning curve. I would say that they are arguably one of the hardest nations to play. I actually think the Uezi are a little bit harder than them to play, despite not having any quirky mechanics. But in terms of their overall layout and stuff, I actually think the USD are trickier to get a hang of because you can just play the Tamil like normal. You don't have to do any of the swap stuff. It's very easy, as we've seen in this game. We started with Trader Supremacy, and we're still traders. Very easy to maintain the 1 Supremacy all game, or at least easier than most people think. More boats come to clear this northern side of the Romans. I like this a lot. I really, we went statesman here. Not my first choice, but whatever. Right, here we are. More orders, I guess. So that does make sense. Everybody was worried about orders. I think I would have done statesman up here, though. Because there's way more territory up here for urban buildings if we get that far in terms of game development. So I feel like that would just be better for statesman layout. I would have landowners this for sure. Also, why did we settle higher? I would have settled lower. Did we miss out an opportunity to get this Pearl and connected status by not settling here? That's a bit unfortunate, if so. What else is going on in Rome? We did get forestry, which is great. Do we have anything marked in the tech tree yet? Machinery, that's solid. I think the Romans know that they're in for a little bit of a hurt in about 15 to 20 turns. So if you're feeling the pressure, machinery is always a good grab because onagers basically counter everything in a roundabout way. Because as long as they get in position and you can keep them safe, attacking into onagers when you do not have onagers of your own is incredibly, incredibly difficult. Of course, the best counter for onagers is actually Stompy Boys, since you can bonk them out of position, which is always satisfying. There's another random miner. Interesting. Interesting. Probably for the border pop, I guess. But I feel like, depending on when this barracks was done, maybe the barracks wasn't finished yet. Again, I can buy that logic. You know, kind of getting something sooner is better than getting something later. So, if the barracks wasn't finished yet, I could understand starting another miner. Again, not necessarily my first choice, but I follow the thinking there. So, not too bad, I guess. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it's still training. Our science is in a better spot. 55 science now on turn 58. So, you know, we're hitting that benchmark a little bit. But you know what? The other thing I have to add, I suppose I have to add a caveat to that benchmark rhetoric. The longer the game goes on, the more inaccurate that benchmark becomes. Like, on turn 80, ideally, you don't have 80 science on turn 80. I mean, again, maybe still bare minimum, but the issue with that could be is that somebody could have hit 80 science on turn 50 and then have either 80 science that entire time or have upgraded. It's now turn 80 for them and they are on like 150 science or more. So the longer the game goes on, if you've been at your bare minimum the entire time, then it becomes a little bit less accurate because you had like 20 science on turn 20, 50 science on turn 50, and then 80 science on turn 80. All the while, we assume your opponent, you know, maybe could have gotten to 80 science as early as turn 40, and now just kept ramping up. So be careful about the benchmark. I think you probably want to start shooting past that bare minimum benchmark right around turn 60. So if you still have 60 science on turn 60, fine, but hopefully you're hitting land consolidation soon. Hopefully your doctors are getting finished in your cities or whatever, or you're building, or your mausoleum is getting finished, or you have some kind of momentum boost that's going to get you from that 60 turn science at 60 to jumping up to 80 or 100 relatively soon. So I never really add that caveat to the whole benchmark discussion. But you really want to start popping off around turn 60, if you can. Unless you had a crazy strong beginning, in which case you can just coast on the fact that you took some scientific lead, and then don't worry about it too much. Turn 61 legendary. Building an apprentice monk, but I don't think it's going to speed it up. Amazing. Nailed it. Nailed it! Exact turn. I nailed the exact turn. You think I would be better at this game. You think I would actually be better at playing this game. But here we are. I do my best. Alright, with raid coming north, we can deal with this. What's the power score now? Because I know Tamil is gearing up for an attack. Still pretty decent. This is one of the only reasons why I think I would love to be seeing more military output from the championship. Because, like, why I have to call this out for Juljette. Why on earth are you building another worker right here? This makes no sense. You could have... This worker is costing Rome at least 3 slingers. At least 3 spears. What? That doesn't make any sense. That's the way you need to conceptualize your build queue. We have 32 science per turn, training per turn in this city. From now on and until the end of time, you should be building nothing else in the city other than units, except maybe if you want to spend the time on building officers. But even at this point, I probably wouldn't even bother with that. Some more experienced players have different thoughts on that. Some people like to get all the way up. They just keep building officers until they're done. I've seen skilled players do that. I've lost to skilled players who do that. But generally, I think once you hit around 32 training-ish, 32 to 40 training in a city, you're done. Just spam units. Especially if you still have access to the low-cost units. Because you can just get a horde of trash units to throw in the way of your opponent, so later on when you have better units, you can just overwhelm somebody. But that's my playstyle. It doesn't always work. It doesn't always work. We'll have a nice border boost for the Romans, so I'm assuming we'll clear this camp. We grab, I think, okay, steel, what's next? That's going somewhere. Are we going to... We're going to infantry square. Okay. Battle line actually might not be bad in this particular scenario. Our opponent's army is going to be very infantry heavy. They will have that free ballista, I'm sure, but yeah, battle line in these woods on this territory probably won't be that bad. We have aggressive tile buying, coinage. Nope, not coinage. What? Colonies from the Tamil. This is the thing when we go back 30 turns, 30 or 40 turns from where we are now. Romans had the opportunity. They could have at least given themselves a border hop to here. It would have been very simple with colonies to get this hop. They wouldn't have any need to go along the whole border. That's what I would have probably liked or done. But just secure this territory and get that coastal movement. Tamil now with this ship, they don't even need to fight this other ship. As soon as this ship hits the sea, they can move it over to this coast, buy a tile, and then there you have it. They have access. They have landfall on one turn. They can buy the tile with the ship, buy the rest of these tiles with units, and even if that ship were to instantly get killed by the Roman Navy, if there is any more Navy, which it does not look like there is, Rome will now have a huge tactical issue of solving the fact that there is just a straight pipeline from the Tamil nation into the Roman core. So again, even if you didn't do the tile hopping, make sure with colonies, once you observe the map and you can assess this as a potential strategic weak point, at least get the coast bought up so your opponent can't do this. Because if you can avoid the tile buying thing, that basically forces your opponent into the sea to build a navy. But by doing this, he literally just needs to build one ship to connect this coast. And I mean, I guess this ship could probably zone block this jump. So he will still need a navy. The Tamils will. But, think of the artisan supremacy, though. Every tile bought is another potential battlefield of 20% bonus. Oh. Hey, thanks, Hazard. I actually haven't chat in a while. I got carried away there. But yeah, given the way I do my casts, I think it would be very obvious very quickly if I were muted because yeah, that's a lot. Speaking of which, over 20 of you in the chat live with us today. Thank you so much for being here. I'm really thrilled that people have been enjoying these. It's been a great pleasure of mine. It's just a wonderful way to experience the game, and I'm glad everybody's having fun, truly. And yeah, I don't know how to feed the algorithms better. So I don't know, I don't really care about me, but I don't know how to get more views or likes or people talking about the videos or seeing the videos. I'm really bad at all that stuff, but it would be great if Old World could get more exposure. And also, on that note, to all of you live, nearly 30 now, 29 people. If you've never left a review for this game, please. If you want to do anything to, I don't know, for lack of a better phrase, pay me back for the entertainment or the joy that you're getting from these casts. Hop on either Steam or Epic or GOG or wherever you got the game. Just do a thumbs up. Just do a, hey, this game's cool. Doesn't need to be a sentence, doesn't need to be long, doesn't need to be a paragraph. Just one word. It helps feed the internet algorithms. Everything's algorithms these days, and it really will go a long way to helping Mohawk thrive as a business and as a studio, and I think they super deserve it. This is my favorite game ever made, and the reason why I started this channel was to try and just call attention to that. And yeah, so leave a review if you haven't already. And for the record, it took me like 2,000 hours and 2 years of playing this game to leave my first review, so I get it. Not everybody is in a rush to leave a review for these games. It's like annoying. We don't want to do it, but I decided to do it because it really does help. So, yeah. Just a shout out to that. 2 turns on steel for the Romans. Gonna be clearing this camp shortly. I feel like I would have gone land consolidation here, so... Turn 60, so 67 science on turn 60. Great. We finally, for the first time, I believe, in this match of the Roman leapfrogged, or not leapfrogged, but stretched past that year 60. But like I said, I'm on year 60. I'm making 67 science per turn. I've been behind in my benchmark all time up to this point. So what I would be thinking as a Roman player is like, oh man, I'm probably behind in science. You look over at Kerstad, he's erudite. Okay, so I'm definitely behind in science. So that would signal to me land consolidation, get some of these groves up, get some of better science. I would even assume right now that my opponent has land consolidation. Of course, we as observers know that Kerstad didn't bother with land consolidation, but as the Roman player, I would probably grab that. Although, this really the shitty map for groves. See, I think these are the only 2 groves on the map. So maybe not. I don't know. That's a tough call. Walls in Rome. Oh, yeah, don't get it. Guys, walls, well, I already did the whole wall rant, so all I'm going to say on this, general rule of thumb, if you're building walls in your capital, that means you're losing the game, because well, if you ever think you need walls in your capital city, then the game is over. At any point. I mean, or at least you're being really annoying and you haven't surrendered yet. Because, like, what? If there's an army taking your capital, I think you've lost the game. Not even taking your capital. If there's an army threatening your capital, you've probably lost the game. That's funny, though, yeah. There needs to be, like, a primer on how, where, when, and why to build walls. Because there is, like, again, walls in Madurai. Oh, we didn't finish them, but we started them. I don't hate the idea of putting walls in the city. I actually don't mind the fact that he got rid of them in the build queue, because now he eventually assessed that he doesn't need them. And with this border shenanigans, that's the correct assessment. But back when he probably tried to build them, maybe he was worried about a colony jump coming his way, in which case it actually makes sense to build the wall. These 2 sites, this site and this site, make the most sense to build a wall. Now that we're dealing with this nonsense from Tamil, I could even understand building a wall in the champ seat, but probably not unless we could rush it, because again, every wall we built is at least 2 spears or potentially 3 slingers that we don't build. So that's the kind of math that you're doing in that situation, where it's like, well, if you win the war, then the walls won't matter. But sometimes it does make sense to build them. All right, what's going on in Tamil land? Builder on the oligarch builder is ill, so we're running out of that option. Although, oh, legendary on turn 61. Here we go. Nailed it. Boom. Can we build? We have 10,000 gold. Can we start right now? Nope. Did we start? Nope, we didn't start this turn. So it looks like we forgot the Colosseum. Right. The builder being ill as the oligarch is annoying, because now we don't want to swap. If we were thinking about maybe swapping, it's going to be tricky to swap, though. Where are all our points coming from? 1 religion, 2 courtiers. Courtiers can be tricky to use. So we have 3 points that we can't deal. No, we have 4 points that we can't do anything about, because we have 2 courtiers and 1 religion head. But that's fine. 4 is not that bad. If we remove a governor and a general, we're down to 4. If we add a governor and a general for the Chola, we're and then maybe another general. Can we do that? Let's take a look at some military units. Okay, we have a general. So that's 1 point. That gets us 3. We have a governor. That's another point. That gets us 4. Yep, and we can do another governor. That's another point. That gets us 5. So we can get 5 points, and we can drop Pandia to 4. No, wait. We want landowners. I did that wrong. We want landowners. So, okay. 1 point. 2 points from the diplomat. That gets us to 4. And then 1 extra. Oh. Yeah, this is why I'm very careful with my city placement, too. We actually don't have an extra... Do we have a builder? No. No, we don't have a landowner diplomat. Yeah, all right, so actually it looks like they would be capped out at 4 points, which is not enough to overtake the Pandia at this moment. If we settle... Oh, we have a... Oh, we'll be fine. If we settle this landowner, then we'll have another governor slot, and we can swap. So that'd be fine. But now we have an ill builder in the oligarch seat. So that means if he dies, we're looking at... Let's do some more fun math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're looking at a 20... Nope. 30% chance that another builder will take the throne. Or not the throne, but the seat. I don't honestly know how... Fluffy, do you have any idea how oligarchs select, or families select who becomes the oligarch? It's not always the oldest, right? I don't think it's always the oldest. Is it just random? Yeah. That might be important to know for Tamil players. Skipper used to like to build walls for building the happiness. Yeah, that breaks my heart anytime I see a player say that. Yeah, but the happiness booth. I'm like, oh boy. Yeah, that sucks. That, you know, that one sentence means that they're not even just walls, that there are a lot of wasted build queues in that person's empire in most games. But, I mean, whatever. You can still win games and you can still have fun, so it doesn't matter. You don't... No, people don't need to be super efficient min-maxers to enjoy the game. All depends on what you want out of the game. I never noticed that there was a horse in this location. There is a horse here. And there, yeah, so there actually was Judaism potential inside of these empires. I thought the only ranches were out here, but there's actually 2 in each empire. So that's nice to know. Oh, we're swapping. We have a landowner ambassador. We just got a landowner ambassador, so is that everything we need? Oh, no! We have a scholar on the throne. That's fine. That's fine. We can still swap and get the landowner supremacy, but we did not get the builder. One of the other builders did not take over for the Tamil. That is heartbreaking. I really wanted him to show off that, like, that synergy of, like, just choose your own archetype type of thing. Ah, man. Oh, well. That's fine. We can still take the landowner supremacy, which will be great for our training and give us the ability. Do you have 4 laws yet? We have 4 laws. You have garrisons coming up. This is with a stronghold. So this is the other best great thing about the Tamil. We're kicking it into high gear now. We have a stronghold here. We have a stronghold here. Where are the elephants? 1 elephant here. Okay? Where are the other elephants? Nowhere. Nowhere on this map are there any other elephants except right here in the capital. Except if we swap into the landowner supremacy, this city will be able to build our unique unit. This city will be able to build our unique unit. This city will be able to build our unique unit. I feel like Oprah. Everybody gets a unique unit. That's how it works. Great, great bonus. Building a garrison here. We also can build a stronghold next. So this signals to me, the landowner diplomat signals to me, we're thinking about points. We're thinking about points. Do we need a governor here? We need a governor. We need to put a landowner governor here. This rising star is not of the landowner family. And then all we, as the observers, need to think about is if Kerstad has the wherewithal to remove a general. Oh, oh man, he has 5 points because he's on the throne. So he's 2 points from the leader, 2 points for the religious head, 1 point from the courtier. So the landowners are going to need 6 points, which I still think they can get by settling the city. So they'll be fine. But we'll see if he has the wherewithal to remove the general. Oh, it's him. By the zealot being on this guy, he counts. Yeah, okay. All right, so we've made our land connection. Gross. Gross, gross. We might not even need any swapping stuff. What's going on in the chat? Influence the religious head, yeah. Agree. However, walls were critical early civilization, not just defense, but they provide income, taxes. Yeah. Wish they did that. Yep. I don't think if Rome doesn't react here, I don't think blocking a tile is even going to matter because a ship is coming out next turn. And this coast is going to get purchased all next turn, I believe. How much gold is in the Tamil Empire? Lots, right? Yeah, over 10,000. Yeah, so plenty to tile buy. I can't believe they made tile buying cheaper, by the way. But here we are. Yeah, so this whole swath, I wouldn't even be surprised if he tile buys these things. And now he has 2 great options. He either can do landowner supremacy for his unique unit and all the training, or Chera supremacy artisans to create a battlefield right here where his units have an extra 20% combat to rely on. Really not looking so hot for the Roman player now. Unfortunate that the Roman player give themselves a couple of setbacks early on, but it's also really hard to have any setbacks when you're up against a player who is humming along nicely. Kerstad is just straight up cooking. I think... Oh, really nice making use of this synergy here. The Shrine of Mayon gets civics for each adjacent Odeon style building. And to be honest, I forget about this constantly because both Maria and Tamil have this style science shrine, except the Marian one is like the Greek one where it requires courthouses, and I always mix those two up. I always get them backwards, unfortunately. So with the Tamil, I forget to put Odeons around the Shrine of Mayon, unfortunately. Building Cold Bath, more science potential. 76 science on turn 63, still good. And being on the lower end of our, scaling and our benchmark is great news for the Romans. Let's take a look at some stats here on turn 63. Specialist is now 24 to 17. Rome's doing a good job coming back up, but Tamil is absolutely keeping momentum. 9 to 8 workers makes sense. That's better, but again, we know one of those workers came from a champion build queue, which is not ideal for the Romans. Military units produce 15 now to 10. Not too bad for a Juljette, but again, we know that we could have had like 20 by now or more because we're Rome. We can just keep pooping out units. But she chose not to do that, and that's all right. But I think it's not going to bode well for the future. Laws are now 4 and 4. That's great news for Rome. That's great news that Rome is keeping law tempo, because that could be something that could really help them out. Let me take a peek down south to see if we're making any landfall. No, 8 orders left. Thankfully not. Didn't want to miss that. I'm surprised we didn't see any tile buying in this corridor at the moment. We also have a boat coming up. I'm really surprised we didn't take an aggressive posturing here. Can our opponent see our boat? No, our opponent cannot see our boat. Okay, that's good news for us. And we're buying, and we rushed by another Byreme. Great play. Build a ship. Immediately rush out another ship. Opponent cannot see the ship, and you will get a lovely, beautiful, seamless ahoy there moment next turn. Love to see it. Gonna go back to stats real quick. Yeah, really good news for the Romans that they both have 4 laws. Technology discovered 15 to 13. Again, not too bad for the Romans. So the Romans are finally picking up on their science. 68. They only have 10 science less than the Tamil, and 97 improvements to 67. So they're falling a little bit more behind in econ potential, but Roman has had a decent econ for most of the game. So yeah, we took plummeted on our science there. There is a 1,000 science lead in the tree, which is clearly an issue, but there are worse positions to be in. You know, you can have a 1,000 science deficit and have your opponent be making 150 science per turn to your 68, and that is way worse than having a 1,000 science deficit and having your opponent making 72 science to your 68. So especially if the Romans have an opportunity to keep investing and ramping up their science while the Tamilakam kind of stop caring and they go for like a game-ending finish type of thing, because if Romans can fend off the invasion while also building up better science, which is certainly a tall ask, but that can bode well for the long term. Orders looking real good for the Romans as well. Orders wins wars. So currently 32 orders per turn to 27, which isn't a war-winning difference, but certainly great news for the defending player to have an order advantage, because you naturally have an order advantage when you're defending anyway, since it's just easier to move your units around for defense. Still no reaction from the Romans along this corridor. Really unfortunate. What would I do in this situation? I know what I would do. I would take this worker that we've spent all this time building. I would toss him right here. I would take this spear, I think, or a good spear that has good defenses. Like, ooh, this one with defense and amphibious. So we can poke this guy if he comes close to us. Put them both right here. And then what do we do with the worker? We build a fort. Still not seeing enough players build forts. I feel like by the time this tournament ends, the entire meta will shift. And everyone will finally realize, as I have, as Problem Gambler has, as few other players have, how annoying forts are with their ability to just clog up and slow down the game. Because if you just put a fort right here, and a fort right here, and a fort right here, fort this whole coast, even if you try to tile by, he's not going to be able to land. So there's kind of no reaction here from the Romans to their impending doom. This was an avoidable situation. Here we go. Ahoy there! Ahoy there! And we need one more archer, but plunk. We need two more archers. I would have gone for the zone lock, personally, just in case you don't kill the damn thing. And also, by flanking, you would have saved yourself 1 damage on each ship. Always important to remember that. But, you know, whatever. Classic. Yeah, but your opponent's weaker, Alcaris. Alcaris is saying landing into Rome is always a dicey proposition, and that is true. Are we not going to secure this kill? I'm going to be a grumpy person. We just attacked with this. Do we just realize that we don't have it? We do have it if we... Oh, yeah. Bummer that we didn't zone lock, but whatever. We've gained sea supremacy, so that's the main important thing. But you definitely could have secured a kill here by going back on either end, flanking. Saves yourself a little bit of damage, and also locks this guy in place. Tamil scouting would make sense. I'm pretty sure we have a scout right here, so I think that's coming, Alcaris. We have a scout right here. I suspect Kerstad, with the way he's been playing, he's not going to just blindly land. I would still do it, because I make dumb mistakes like that all the time. But, especially when my opponent's weaker. Oh, look, we're getting more points. Chera are now at 5. 5 points. So we are reorganizing the field. Can we get another general? No, we can't. We're ramping up to 5 points on the Tamil. For Chera. Gonna swap into the aggressive... One of the aggressive, well, actually, it's the most aggressive supremacy, which I love because the landowners is my favorite family. So the one family that basically became the Tamil military family is the landowners, and I just think that's delightful. And yeah, so we will see the aggressive stance being adopted by the Tamil Empire. No need for Cheras in this situation. We have a dominant position. We have dominant defensive terrain. We do not need that 20% bonus. So no reason not to kick it into overdrive, get some more training throughout our cities, and more importantly, gain access to the ability to produce our unique unit everywhere, which will be quite nice. That's going to be quite nice. This is actually very favorable terrain for our unique unit. Not lots of woods or forest around, so really know where to run from the Tamil Stompy Boy. You have panic, and you can disarm if your opponent bunches up. It's going to be really, really great to see how the Romans try to tackle this, but I suspect they will break rather easy. Look at this, 9 damage to this guy. Oh, and my favorite thing. Let's grab the spear. How much does the spear do? Well, this is a zealot, but let's see this guy. Do I have another one? No. Okay, well, whatever. But we do 9 damage in return because this is a ranged unit, which means it will do full damage on the attack against spears. Loving to see the forts. Great reaction. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Get them down as quickly as you can, especially along this river. This is going to make it much harder, although I guess in hindsight, shit. Because of all the nations that forwarding kind of works the worst against, it's the Stompy Boy nations, right? And there aren't even a lot of elephants on this map, but the great thing about the Tamil nation is that they'll always have access to elephants if they want it. So, which means another one of their weird, quirky, unique abilities is regardless of the resource flop and regardless of whether they do or do not have the Riders family, they will always have access to panic. Yeah, but so anyway, the issue with this is that you can panic these guys out of the forts. So that might not actually work out as well as I'd like. But still, make them work for it. Even if there's a counter, even if you're looking at this thinking immediately, well, the Tamil will just panic, fine. But that forces the Tamil to use their panic for that reason. Or if we can get enough units behind, well, now that panic becomes disarm, in which case the fort is still a benefit, right? So it's all about it's not about. The reason why I get frustrated, I think, sometimes with the talk of counters. Like, oh, I'll just build spears, and then there we go. The unit... Also, here's your perfect scouting, by the way. And then... Oh, and honestly, I would 100% come and panic this fort. I would absolutely be like, nope, I'm not even letting you get started. I would dive in right now. I don't know if Kerstad is as aggressive as me, but I would see this happen. I would see the prep taking place. I'm not staged well enough, so maybe I wouldn't do that. If I was staged better, perhaps I would. But yeah, I've definitely been in a situation... Oh, and we're hunting down more ships. And plunk. There it goes. We have dove right in. Ahoy there ×2. There goes the Roman Navy. And the bonk on the head. There we go. Shutting down the fort. Nice. That's my style. Good job, Kerstad. Love to see it. I mean, hopefully we don't lose a Stompy Boy. I think we will. I don't know. Oh, no. Actually, this is a beefy boy. Oh, we have Highlander and Brave, and we're a Zealot. This is not a Stompy Boy. This is a beefy boy. Nice. Great move. Great move. Rip. Rip to the fort. Rip to the ship. Yeah, maybe the archer dies, but I don't care. We'll come along shortly. I want to get my other Stompy up in the neck of the woods, though, next turn. Really got to have him charge into the fight. What is our oligarch, by the way? Scholar. Yeah, okay. A little old, but whatever. It doesn't even matter who it's going to be. Oh, by the way, for all of you who worry about the legitimacy decay and stuff on new rulers, a great way to give yourself some insurance on this. Let's say we're planning a swap, which we are, it looks like. Hold on, get back to the action while I talk about this. Let's say we're swapping and planning a swap on Tamil, which we are. Just build 2 wonders. And I say that like it's easy, but if you time the wonders being completed right around the time that you swap, you're instantly going to get a plus 40 cognomen, which will negate the decay that you just had to deal with. So you basically can get an instant decent cognomen, and you, the player, get to plan when this all happens. Is it micro-intensive? Yes. Is it viable strategy? I have no idea. Is it fun? Absolutely. Super fun. Super fun. All right, it looks like Rome's going to be overly cautious in this situation. Probably not take a kill. Honestly, surprisingly, that's actually probably the right play. Because you don't know. You don't have good scouting. Oh, nope. Never mind. Looks like he's going in. He's going in for the wrong thing. I don't think he's going to be able to kill this. And the reason why he's not going to be able to kill this is because the Roman player doesn't have ranged units. For the love of God, why do Romans and Greeks never build slingers? I mean, I say that like I haven't done the same thing, but this... I mean, in fairness, the Roman player could trap this elephant here. So we could do that. I think he's going to be able to just get enough to, like, mostly kill this thing. And then should not be able to clean it up because there's, yeah, there's not enough damage. Although it should surely die next turn. Because elephants, unlike regular mounted units, cannot just walk past zone of control. So. Yeah, that's a minor mishap. Good point. If you have a commander, don't attack first with it. Get your other spear in. Get that adjacency bonus. Good point. Oh, it's always so tricky. Especially, I think, in Network on a timer. I mess that type of stuff all the time. But that's also why I lose wars. Because I move too fast. I think I play this game exactly how I talk about this game. I move quicker than my brain actually has to keep up. So it's like I know what I'm doing, much like me fumbling my words every 10 minutes and just speaking gibberish. Like I know what I'm trying to say. My brain knows what I'm trying to think, but the action that I'm taking doesn't actually match up to it. And that happens a lot with some of the clicks or misclicks that I make, where it's like I'm trying to do a thing, but whoops, I actually didn't do it correctly. Yeah, I feel like that's not a good use of an elephant. I agree. Oh, wait, no. We got a heal. I forgot about the heal. Can we get some protection in here? I'm partial to the scout body blocking myself. Toss a scout on this tile. And there you go. That you deny another vector of attack. You won't have... Yep, or an axe. An axe will do it. That'll do it. Great. Love to see it. Doesn't have to be a scout. Anything will do. What else? I would probably put the scout on this tile, though, just in case the archer gets killed, and again, to deny another vector of attack, because I'm sadistic, and I love killing my citizens for the glory of my empire. It wouldn't be a game about empires if it didn't involve that. Right? I really want to see... Oh, well, no, we can't take the general off now, because the general is us. So we have to surpass 6 points unless we take ourselves off as a general. Tricky. What we need to do... This is one of the reasons why it's really useful to get yourself at least spoked wheel on the Tamil, by the way. Because that really does give you another lever to pull when it comes to trying to force a swap manually if that's your goal. Alright, back to the Romans. Let's see what the Romans can do. They're really going to struggle here not having a single range unit. They do not have a single range unit in the Empire, so let this be a great lesson once more to all people. Build range units. You need them. The most crucial role that range units play in this game is kill secure. Not even about damage. It doesn't even matter. Oh, see, we're going to see it right here. This spear can almost kill the zealot. We need 1 damage. It literally doesn't matter what range unit It could be there are no such thing as a 1 strength range unit, but it could be a 1 strength range unit. It doesn't matter. You just need the poke. The most valuable role in the game is kill secure, and ranged units excel at it. Unfortunate, unfortunate. That's just so... And so this thing's just going to heal next turn. Look at how much damage it's doing to these spears. Look, this is a commander spear. Oh, we got it. This is why you need scouts. Scouts. That scout should have stepped on this tile. No. Good job. Good job, Rom. Good job, Rom. Good job using the terrain. Good job. But this is why you toss your civilians into fight. Because we could have body blocked that tile. Good job, Rome. Nice to see it. Stompy boy down. Oh, and apparently we missed the adjacency there again. So, yeah, got to be mindful of that. Great. Great win. Great win for the Romans. Tiny little victories like that will add up and amount to winning battles or winning wars or hopefully winning the game. You know, still a precarious position to be in overall for the Romans. Not where you would like to be, especially now that you know that there's just an artery directly to your heart. You know, Tamil's basically cholesterol at this moment. This is a stroke waiting to happen. I know that's a brain thing, not a heart thing, but whatever, I'm trying. And, yeah. But we definitely cleared a little bit of plaque out in the form of that elephant. Do we have a settler yet? Yeah! So I'm going to guess this is going to be a landowner city. Please be a landowner city and not a trader city because you need the point. This is going to tell me how much he's... Oh! Nope, we have our point. So now this can be whatever city we want. It can be a trader's. We have our landowner supremacy. Who is this? Rising Star. That's fine. Great. So get a swap. Yeah, but you see, Hazard, what you're missing. What you're missing about the Tamil is Rome is still Rome and can still spit out units, yes. But the Tamil are about to transform into Rome. Let's do a quick tally here. Base training in every Roman city is +2, right? The Tamil, when they swap to Chera, are about to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 training in Vanchi. They are about to get 1, 2, 3 training in Korkai. They're about to get an additional 1 training in Urur. And they're about to get 1, 2, 3, 4 training in... I'm not even going to try to say that. And they're about to get 1 extra training in Madurai. So, effectively speaking, by swapping to the Chera supremacy, they're going to gain the Roman national bonus of basically 2 training per city. Maybe not in every city. Some of the cities are just an extra 1. And then in addition to that, they're much like the Romans are already able to do. The Tamil will be able to build their unique unit from any one of their cities. So basically, the Tamil are about to transform into Rome. And that's why they're so awesome. Because, oh, they're so cool. All right. So the initial attack was thwarted. Well, how are we doing on power? The Tamil are still stronger, which is a bit unfortunate for the Romans. And we also have naval supremacy, which the Romans can't afford to do anything about. They do have 2 ships in the Eastern Sea that can maybe come and have a nice ahoy there moment. But in terms of build queue, knowing your opponent's stronger and knowing your opponent has an artery coming into your core, you really want to make sure that you can defend on the land. And we're going to go back to building forts. Love to see it. I would even delete this mine. I would fort along this whole river. Great spot for them. And then the other thing I need to see from Rome right now, build some goddamn slingers, please, for the love of God. Like, we're seeing axes. We need slingers. Like, I know it's 5 strength to 4 strength, but the strength doesn't matter if you can't hit the opponent. It wouldn't matter if you're building 8 strength units right now. I have lost a game to a player when I had 8 strength unique units to their 1 law. But 90% of their army was archers. 100% of my army was hoplites. Not hoplites, phalangites. And with the right terrain, or should I say the wrong terrain, and enough choke points and enough access points, the ranged cadre will win that match. Because you can, look, think of this. In a terrain like this, you can't, let's say your enemy has this much space. At max, you can attack 1, 2, 3 on this space. And then if you do that, you can at max attack 1 on this space and then 1 on this space. Even if you secured this kill. Even if you killed it with 2 hits. 1, 2, this guy's dead. 1, 2, fine, this guy's dead. Now you have 1 unit here and 1 unit here, and it's like, at most, 1, 2, this guy's dead. You know what I'm saying? So you run out of space with a melee-only composition. Try not to fall into that trap if you can avoid it. We've all made that mistake. I've done it. And I think it's, for some reason, it is especially common with both Greece and Rome, I find. It's very easy to end up in a situation at either one of those nations and realize you have like 2, 3, 4, or 0 range units. Oh, hey, PBM. Welcome to the game. Yeah, Tamel's in a dominant position at the moment. I don't think they weren't trying to snipe the champ seat. I think they were trying to make an aggressive play. They overcompensated. They underestimated the retaliation due to a little bit poor scouting and the sheer number of spears that the Romans have. They saw this fort coming up, and they had a stompy boy nearby, so they figured they'd panic the fort to try and deny the setup. I think the mistake was hopping on the hill rather than guarding themselves behind the river. Even though they did have Highlander, I think the river would have provided more protection. And the other thing I want to look out for now for the Romans is amphibious. We actually have amphibious promotion on one of these guys, which is really great for this terrain. I like to see the tactical use of a river. This is totally my style of defense, and I think it's going to work out great. Of course, we already have a legendary city, and we have an amazing economy. I'm really a little bit bummed that we don't see a Colosseum coming down for our Tamil player. I really thought we were thinking that could be rush potential there. Camel's doing camel stuff. And yeah, I think there's absolutely a point victory on the table for Tamil at this point. Whether they can break into Rome or not, they don't even have to. The Romans have actually stopped clearing this northern site due to the threat of the Tamil down south. So the Tamil are going to have 1 extra city site over their opponent. They already have 2 extra wonders over their opponent, and the freedom, they're legendary, and their opponent is 25 turns away from legendary, so they have all the time in the world to start spamming legendary wonders. So yeah, point victory on the table for the Tamil. Pretty cleanly. And then more importantly, let's say they can't invade, and let's say they even lose a massive fight to the Romans and become under threat. Well, then the Tamil can just swap into the artisan supremacy and get sentinel everything to shore up their defense. So lots of flexibility here for the Tamil player, playing a very, very strong game. And we did swap, by the way, into the Chera supremacy. So they have effectively adopted that Roman bonus where the majority of their cities have gained at least 1, if not more, extra training. And now we're seeing more javelin, 2-turn javelin elephants. Look, there's 49 training in this city. Love to see it. 49 training. I need to highlight this. There is 49 training in this city with barracks, 2 rangers, and not a single officer. All we have is 2 barracks, 2 rangers. We have the fire shrine set up, and then, yeah, we built a bunch of salt mines, an iron mine. Yeah, 3 salt mines and an iron mine. And the landowners made all of these come on quickly, and all of these gave us luxuries to use for culture and other things. So the versatility of flexing the seat, the choice isn't, why it's. I think what makes people trip up is an unwillingness to abandon the staples here. Which, like, you think, oh, but my officers, I'm going to build my officer. Like, you don't need to. We now have 49 training in the city, which is more than the champion seat in Rome currently has. And more than it will be even once they finish their officers. So, yeah, man. Great stuff. Great stuff. Let's look up at your area. 28 training for here, so very close to the Roman champ seat. Only a few training underneath. Of course, we have primarily officers in this situation. Just one minor, but this minor got an extra training. So this is basically like... Yeah, it's just so good. So good. Like, an officer is 2 training, 2 science. This Tamil minor is 2 training, 1 science, and nearly 100 gold. I'll trade a science for 100 gold. Why not? That seems like a decent trade. And then otherwise, it's good. What about Banshee? 17 training here. Not a lot of infrastructure. We don't have any barracks up. We have 1 barracks, but every single quarry is now a training. So this is 2 quarries that are giving us an officer's worth of output. Another 2 quarries giving us an officer's worth of output. Really neat ability. And it affords you the flexibility of everything you'd be getting from this stuff. So now we have decent civics output in this city too. Look at this. 28 civics per turn in this city. Well, that's with council. We're repeating it. But we're using that probably to get laws online and stuff. So I like that. Lots of flexibility there as well. Cool. Looks like we're not really in a position where we're too keen on driving the knife in. I think we'll clear this site and then maybe stage appropriately. Oh, yeah, we have the anchor down. So, yeah, we're going to clear this site and then get all these units staged properly. I'd like to take the opportunity to put some iron miners or iron mines out here. Are we still in colonies? We're still in colonies. Take 2 quick jumps, 3 quick jumps up to buy this one as well. Don't probably need it, but still fun. Oh, yeah. And this is now going to be... Look at this. Look at this net yield change on this woodcutter. Net yield change. 2.1 training to 1.6 science. So this is essentially an officer. But it's a rural specialist that's only going to take us 2 turns to build. Look how much it would take. Oh, I guess it would only take us 3 turns to build an officer. We have really good civics because of the pillar edicts and stuff. So you're not really trading much. An officer is going to be 4.2, so I stand corrected. Officer would be better in this situation. But, still, flexibility. Flexibility is neat. Ah, I love this faction. Really neat. 5 turns on our free elephant archers. So that will be our 8 strength version of our unique unit. And I think we can launch a war with those in tow. I'm going to take this opportunity to give myself a little bit of break, just a couple of minutes, refill my water. So, 28 of you in the chat. Really, really grateful that you're all here and having a good time, and the conversation is flowing, and I hope you guys are enjoying everything. And of course, if you're watching after the fact on YouTube, appreciate you being here. Give us a like, subscribe, and as I'll just reiterate what I said earlier, if you've never left a review for this amazing game, and you're here right now watching this video, take the minute. Not even a minute. Don't even write a sentence. Don't even write a paragraph. Just say, yes, good game. Thumbs up. And that counts. It all feeds the algorithm. And yeah, if you're here, chatting, streaming, watching the video, you love this game as much as I do. So go review it. And that'll help Mohawk. But I'll be right back. Right, we are back. And hello, Thorin. Thanks for tuning in. Always awesome to have you watching. Hope you've been able to catch some of the tournaments so far. It's been a lot of cool stuff. And yeah, the big man himself would love it if you would leave a review as well. So Rome. This is great. The thing we're missing for the Roman player, however, is a dip into colonies. And even if we have 29 orders, so we could afford this, we have plenty of money, we could afford this. What Rome should be doing, this is great preparation in general, but they're missing a golden opportunity here. Rome should take one whole turn. Every single unit takes a step forward, tile by tile by tile by tile by all the way to this point, and fort along the coast. That will prevent the Tamil player from being able to make any landfall without a significant navy and anchor network. That's the surest way to secure a defensive position. Maybe it's overkill. Maybe it's not necessarily needed, because the real danger here for the Roman player is that, the door is kicked wide open for Tamil to just sit back and get a point victory. So the onus is on the Romans to win this game now. They need to, A, not get attacked, but I don't even think the Tamil need to attack them. I think they're going to. Just because that's fun. Who doesn't want to, I think most players who play this game for 3 to 4 hours want to fight a battle at the end of it. Yeah, I think the elephant attack was, I think it made sense. I think with the strength of the zealot, he was assuming he would be able to poke the thing and then just walk out. I think he got a kill, if I recall. I don't remember. Again, not really matter. But it wasn't enough vision for the Tamil player to realize how many spears were further back in the Empire and how accessible they were. I don't think he was planning on getting zone locked here, because this is a river, so rivers are harder to trap people in, and the elephant still got trapped. Right? I think they assumed it would be easier to just kind of pop in and pop out. Was it necessary or needed? No, probably not. It probably didn't accomplish much. But I don't think they were expecting to get as punished for it either. Sovereignty 5 turns for the Romans, which is great. If we can get owners up and running, that's going to make it even harder for the Tamil attack. But again, that's not the real issue. The issue is that the Tamil can just sit around and win. Oh, man. This is the most dreadful part. This is the part where, honestly, if I were Rome, and I'm not encouraging the player to do this, but I would have, steep morale damage and just think to myself, well, I'm screwed. I have to surrender. Because I'm already in a position where I need to make sure that the Tamil can't destroy me. And then in addition to that, I need to make sure I can invade them and take points off of them. Right now, they have 5 more points than I do. They're legendary. I'm not. So, if we look at the list, that's another 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 victory points that are exclusively accessible to the Tamil right now, bringing them to 31 points. So, yeah, this is a tall order for the Romans to fill, unfortunately. Very, very strong play from start to finish from the Tamil player. Excellent showing. Oh, are we going to have a northern front open up as well? We're getting some more tile buying from the Tamil player. Crazy strong mechanic. And we have more ships in the north. Another navy in the north. Great to see it. And we can do 3-turn javelin elephants or 3-turn elephant archers once we get a citadel. How close to 7 laws are we? We are on our 5th one now. We are getting elephant archers bonus card. That could be enough to bring an end to the game. So, we have battle line targeted. That's interesting as well. I don't think you really need battle line on the Tamil because the elephants will do the job. The elephants will beat the crap out of spears. So, I don't think you really need battle line. And then you're up against Hestades, so yeah. I don't think the battle line's needed. Oh, I mean, maybe the longbow would be nice. A couple of longbows would be real nice. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what else I can find that's going on in Rome. Officers, love to see it. Another officer, great. Love to see it. More officers, fantastic. Gonna have some pretty decent training output all around, I think. In fact, let's see if I can do a comparison on this so far, since everybody's used to Rome having such great training. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so I'm going to do top 6 cities from both nations, because Rome only has 6, and Tamil just settled their 7th. We're looking at 37 training to 19, 18, 15, 13. So 37, 19, 18, 15, 13 for the Romans. If we look over to the Tamil, we have 53, 50, 36, 30, and 27. Rome, eat your heart out. I mean, granted, again, there's lots of prep there, but I mean, the training machine is fully operational in the Tamil Empire, and the Romans are playing catch-up at this point. No amount of innate training bonus on the Roman side is going to save them in terms of military output. That is a drastic, drastic difference. Once again, we have 53, 50, 36, 30, 27 versus 37, 19, 18, 15, 13. So, the lowest training city in the Tamil Empire is only 10 training less than the highest training city in the Roman Empire. Crazy. Crazy. And that Roman city is the champ seat. So, that is horrifying. Horrifying to think about. I'm surprised we're not building... Oh, I mean, I guess we don't have a lot of food. That's a hiccup. That's a hiccup. We have 10,000 gold, though. What are we doing with all this money? We're not building wonders. We're not building legend. This is probably my only real criticism thus far to this point, that we have a massive stockpile of money. And normally I don't mind big stockpiles, but we hit legendary back on turn 61. So it's 10 turns of a legendary city so far, and we haven't built a single wonder. Our Colosseum would be finished in like 6 turns. So... And then we'd have swordsmen. So dropping the ball on not securing that Colosseum. Or even the Circus Maximus would be fun for swift stompy boys. Yeah. I would love to be seeing more wonders from the Tamil player. But otherwise, I mean, really, really, really skilled play. $198 training coming out per turn. We have another scholar. Wait, no, this is the same scholar? This is the same scholar. Yep. Surprised we haven't had a cognomen yet. I feel like she's been real. Fun tip, another thing for the Tamil players out there who want to try started. You get an old oligarch on the throne. She's the new. You're worried that she's going to get ill and be dead in like 10 years. Chop a bunch of stuff. Chop, harvest, run around the map. Burn your orders if you're really, really worried about it. You can get yourself the resourceful cognomen super, super, super quick. Super quick. And that'll help alleviate the cognomen nonsense of this game mechanic. It's interesting because I feel like Axum and Tamil. I feel like there's like a weird progression with some of the newer nations. Like Axum has you pay attention a little bit more to cognomens, how to get them, how to make sure you can get them quickly, and like, you know, what thresholds you're looking for. And then the Tamil, I think you can take that knowledge that you gained from learning Axum into the Tamil and realize, oh, well, you know, if I swap my ruler around, one too many times, I take a bit of legitimacy hit. But as long as you're juggling your cognomens really well, it actually doesn't matter all that much. It's not as noticeable as you think. You just need to be you need to be extra careful with the Tamil about taking ambitions. So we can actually see that we have apparently 4, what the hell? New ambitions for the Tamil player. I would have not, no, 3, sorry. I would not have accepted these ambitions. Because she got on the throne when she was 50-something. You should be selective with ambitions in general when you play. Like, you should be super selective with ambitions because it can really lead to some legitimacy loss if you're not finishing ambitions. But that goes double if you're playing Tamil. Because if you ever need to swap or accidentally have to swap because of whatever, then when your ruler swaps, all of your ambitions will become legacies, and that just is a nightmare to deal with. So be very selective with the Tamil. Whoa. I like this. I wonder if this is a mistake or not. We're building a garrison. I like that we're building just a spare fort. I think this type of stuff is important, and I suspect we'll see another one up here. Because they really don't take that much time to build. And they're so powerful that I really want to make sure, I really think it's important if you know that you're in danger, threading in the odd occasional fort around your border cities can be super useful. Training. Brown Syndrome asked a question. I see Rome has 3 different families, all of their super high... Wait. At 3 different families for all of their super high military production. What put so high for all of them despite not all champions? So let's take a peek. So, yeah. So, for example, Corduba is a champion city at 19.5 training. Roma is a landowner city. And we have another Londinium landowner city at 18.2 each. So let's take a peek inside the cities and look at their specialists. Officers for 1. 2 officers will do it. 2 officers in a barracks are kind of like bread and butter base training outputs. Really gets you... I think that gets you to about 20. Somebody remind me. Also, we're Rome because we have that extra 10, so that should definitely be 20-ish. Yeah, so that'll do it. In fact, that's all that's offering us training in this city. So yeah, that brings us to, what is it, 18? I forget. 18 point something? 18.2. So yeah, nearly 20 training just from barracks and 2 officers alone. Very, very valuable. Not enhanced by potential governors or anything else that we could add in the city. So same thing up here in Londinium. We're going to see, oh, this up here is different. We have an iron mine up here. So there's an iron mine with a miner in it. We have 2 barracks. So same thing. This one iron mine is putting out the training of 2 officers, and we have the 2 barracks. So effectively speaking, both of these cities have 2 garrison, two barracks and 2 officers. Yeah. So you can turn any city. That's the trick. Everyone gets hyper-fixated on like the military cities for military output, but the real benefit of the military cities and their families is the generals. Like if we look at this, we have a oh wait, what? That's a state. Well, still actually pretty solid generals from the statesmen. So kind of look here. Like we have 4 generals, but then do we have a landowner unit anywhere? All right, look at this axe. Oh, there's 3 generals. All right, so he's getting pretty lucky on general, but one of these guys is the king anyway. But normally you don't get so many generals with your non-military seats. So you get really good generals, but in terms of actual raw output, in fact, hopping over to the Tamil, it's important to note that the Tamil does not have any military families, and their training is astronomical. They have 53, 40, 33, 27, and 25. So nearly every single city in the Tamil Empire has almost as much as the champion seat, or more, in Rome. And that just comes from flat-out barracks, officers, miners, iron miners specifically, and then of course in this particular case, the Tamil are enjoying their supremacy bonus of an extra training. Actually, it says it right here. The the Tamil are getting an extra 25.2 training divided across all of their cities. You know, in whatever ratio per city. Some have a lot of specialists, some don't. But from their supremacy bonus. So it's a pretty decent payout. We're doing more tile buying. Where are we going? Oh, the iron, I guess, maybe. We are building a mine. That's fun. What a harassing mechanic this tile buying is. Because to be on the receiving end of this is just nightmarish because there's very little to next to nothing you can do to stop it. So when you see somebody border creeping towards you and building a highway like this, it's actually infuriating because it's like, great, now they just have an access point to me forever that I need to play around. Oh, yeah. I literally, that's so funny because I thought you were asking because of the training thing. Just before you popped in and asked that question about training in Rome, I did a breakdown between both of the empires. And yeah, the training for Tamil is eclipsing Rome's quite nicely. No, yeah, Cornhog, reading your comment now about multiplayer combat. And yeah, point victories are totally viable. That's actually why we set the point total in the settings as high. So higher than usual. We could go even higher at very high, but I don't think it needs to go that high. I think high is a pretty good spot for these multiplayer smaller duels. But the reason for that is because if you get enough momentum on your side, it's very easy to win a point victory when the point threshold is normal. It makes it much harder for an opponent who falls behind or doesn't get that tempo to break in and steal points off of you if the timer, and I mean the point timer, is fast. Pow behind by your opponent is infuriating? You don't say, hey, Sean. Yeah. Yeah. We had a really good map. And I when I saw that central ocean or lake, whatever it was, I immediately was just like, oh yeah, that's going to be a problem. I don't think I went straight for navigation, but I got it pretty early, I think. I don't remember. Honestly, I already forget so much about that match. Onward to the next one. Oh, man. Spears coming out. 53 training. We can basically one-turn spears at this point because of the overflow. So it's like basically, it will be like 2 turns and then 1 turn and then 2 turns and then 1 turn. So massive, massive production. Decent enough incomes that we can afford that as well to keep up with that pace. And our elephant archers have hit the field. Also, check this out. We technically saved ourselves a little bit of orders. Oh, well, I actually, never mind, because we probably would have used the whole coast, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with these Huns right now, by the way. Really sure what's up with that, but here we are. Oh, we're tile buying along the coast as well. Nice. Nice. Really great use of colonies in this game from the Tamil player. Would probably like to see them collapse this border at some point as well. Then they have a nice artery all the way from this core all the way to the front line. I'm pretty sure a unit up here might even be able to make... Probably they get stuck here-ish with their full fatigue from up top. But it's possible they might be able to make the loop. And again, another example of the usefulness of this unique ability. We have Madurai building a javelin elephant in 3 turns from a location that has no access to elephants. Super strong ability. Once Tamil is actually set up. That's the thing about them. They're one of those nations, much like Kush. I would consider Kush one of these nations. They're one of those nations that early on, their shtick doesn't really do too much, right? But later on, once it's fully set up, boy, is it potent. And I think the Tamil are definitely a potent nation to play. Tricky to play. Let's hop back over the room. I feel like I'm paying too much attention to Tamil, so I apologize, Juljette. But exciting time to see the first Tamil game in the tournament. Oh, no! Stay on Rome. Nice, fully defended. You know what's interesting, though, here? This Testudo ability is actually going to come in handy against the elephants. So I like seeing this Hystasis being front-lined here. Because that's actually going to offer more protection against the elephant unique unit. So maybe there is a little bit of counter potential here from the Roman unique unit into the Tamil. But certainly not going to be showcased in this game, I don't think, because Tamil have just taken such a dominant position. Nice to see that the Romans are still trucking along, though, getting their incomes up. Their economy, again, I've said it a bunch, but has been great all game. So they're really not in a bad spot on that front. Building a garrison, building barracks. Juljette is noticing the annexation of territory, and yes, all three of the iron mines are now in the Tamil Empire. Now, I cannot stress this enough. Juljette did beeline to land consolidation. Sorry, nope. I'm so used to saying that as a phrase, beeline to land consolidation, that sometimes I slip and say that when I'm not even talking about anything remotely related to land consolidation. The Romans beelined to navigation. So it's going to be so disheartening for Juljette to watch this game and realize they threw away the same opportunity. Because before Madurai was even founded, the Romans had the possibility to buy these tiles, hop across this bay, and absorb 3 whole iron mines into the champion seat. That would have been insane. Of course, you would have had to defend this territory from... Because I don't think you would be able to settle this city. So Madurai would get settled, and this would create territory for you. But this nonsense that you're now dealing with, you would have never had to deal with it. But that's why we're here. That's why we play, because this is the moment where we get an education about how tile buying works, how annoying it is, and the ways that we can flip the narrative and turn the tables against our opponent the next time. Always important to keep your eyes out for the value of colonies. Colonies are an incredibly powerful law if used correctly. Massive. Oh, we have a judge on this, so we're just rushing out the iron miner. So we're going to have, oh, there's so much training. Is this going to be another 50 training city? No, that's the 47 one. Okay. That's wild, man. That is wild. Great game. Kerstad is indeed a strong player. Great to see. Finally, a Colosseum is down. This is 14 turns. Oh! This would have been finishing this turn if he built it on the same turn he hit legendary, which I'm like vaguely sure that he could have afforded, because I'm pretty sure he had 10,000 gold back then. I honestly don't know how much it cost. Oh, you know what it probably was? It was probably the food. Food was probably the issue. Because this is like 600 food, so maybe the food is what made it more expensive. I think I understand that now. He's been running dry on food for a long time. And this does cost a lot of food. It's like, yeah, it's okay. That actually makes sense. So, but hey, Colosseum coming down. We have a javelin. We have our archers. In fact, let's take a look at the power score here at turn 75. Massive advantage. 1,528 to 866. So still just stronger. Not yet much stronger. Returns to citizenship for the Tamil, so I'm thinking that's going to put us close to 7 laws, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, that would be 7. We just need the civics, so we'll probably see some more councils still coming. Yep. And you know what I actually like about this? This has been running council for a long time. I want to call attention to something. Very, very early on, this player put a couple of quarries down and put a couple of stonecutters in these quarries. And then they've been running council for a very, very long time. I have a term for this, and I call it a civic battery. Normally what I do is I run it on marble, but one of the ways to use like a triple marble spot or a double marble spot is to put down your quarries, put down your stonecutters, and then rather than spamming specialists, which is totally viable, or rather than spamming something like decrees or inquiries, also totally viable, you just run council, and then it gives you something crazy like a civic income of up to, well, what are we offering now? In this case, it's 28 per turn, which, you know, not great, but not terrible. It's a viable thing. I call it a civic battery. So it's very fun to use a city as a civic battery from time to time, and just use it to keep up your law tempo and your ability to adopt more laws and whatever else you need to do. That's cool to see. We can keep on keeping on building these mines if we'd like. Now at 54 training. So we have 2 cities in the Tamil Empire on turn 75, one with 55 training, one with 54, and one with 46. And that is peak training. You do, honestly, there's no reason not to build these mines in this city, but in terms of getting out officer or anything else, this city's done. Madurai is done. You do not need more than 50 training in a city. If you're building an officer when you have 50 training in a city, that's ridiculous, because you could just be getting, like, so many units in the time that it's taking you to build officers. Yeah, so I suspect what we'll see in the city now that the judge is there is we'll spam units, and every time we have a spare citizen, we'll just rush by the miner in these locations, which is fine. Honestly, even that's probably a little bit overkill, but whatever. I'm not going to complain about it. Pure luck. What are you talking about? This menu? It's so funny, too, because one of the early videos I wanted to make, back when I was trying to make videos before I started live streaming, I wanted to make a video. What did I had a really funny name for it, and I forget what it is. It was something like 100 things about the game's UI that you'd like never notice, or yeah, you know, these are all clickable buttons, by the way, in case you're not aware. Look, you can click on this. There's actually like a victory screen. Shows you the point total of every player. You can click on, and obviously we know about the help screen, I guess. But yeah, the laws, all of this is clickable. And yeah, this is clickable, and here we go. And then you can sort by fun stuff. You can find out who has the most culture. This is a great way, by the way, if you're trying to assign luxuries to your city. This is personally how I do it, although I'm sure there's a more efficient way. But what I do is I sort by discontent level. I look for my cities with the highest discontent rate, not by the discontent level. I don't care. And then this is what I'll do is I'll like take my luxuries out from this location, and I'll send them all to the ones with the highest discontent rate to try to bring them all down and slow down my discontent growth. So yeah, decently useful enough menu, and also you get a quick bird's eye view of which cities do have luxuries, what they're building, their governors, and technically speaking, well, not technically, there's also this menu which does something similar, which I think I was watching a stream the other day, and Boldus, maybe of all people, it might not have been Boldus, so if I'm wrong about that, but I think it was Boldus of all people who said he didn't even know this stuff was here. So, yeah. As much as I love this game, I think the UI is probably one of its weakest points because, and in fairness, this genre is so hard to do the UI right? There's so much information to present to the player that how do you package it all? How do you put it in the right spot? How do you show what's a button, what isn't a button? So I get it. But for the longest time, I would do nothing but complain about how annoying it felt to navigate the UI of this game because I feel like it's just so obtuse. But yeah, $300, man. I learned. Check this out. This menu right here that I just showed up. If you click this button, it will show you the cities with agent networks. I had played this game for 2,000 hours, over 2,000 hours before I knew this button was here. Most of the time when I figure something out is in the game, it's because I suggested it. I go to the channel and I say, hey, you guys need to add this in, and that's the moment where someone says, it's already there. Obviously. And it's like, dude, bro, clearly it wasn't obvious. Alright, we're ramping up the councils in the Tamil Empire, which makes sense. We're trying to get our 7 laws now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This will be 6. And, yep, citizenship will be 7. We will be able to adopt our 6th one next turn. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing council everywhere, even in our training cities. Not really bad to do that, because what we'll get off of that is more training stockpile in our, which will be good for wars in the future. A little bit more civics. Also, nothing wrong with continue to cranking out more units, because, I mean, it's a one-turn archer. Why not? Let's see how Rome's doing. Because Rome is about to get hit with an absolute tidal wave of Tamil. Spear wall is still up. Hastasi's still coming up. So yeah, we still have the principal problem for the Romans. Does anyone remember what it is? They don't have any ranged units. Look at this. Stats on the Romans. Military units produced. Look at this. 20 military units produced in 70 turns. Whether that is considered a high number or a low number in this particular situation is irrelevant. The main issue is in 77 turns, the Roman player has not built a single slinger. What the hell? That's not good. We are going towards machinery. 4-turn machinery, we will have range units. So, I mean, great. And at least, I think, with some onagers, we'll put up a decent defense against what's coming. So this is absolutely the right tech path. Or I don't know if it's absolutely the right tech path, but it's certainly a sensible one. But the fact that we are not building any slingers in this empire is just mind-blowing to me. Mind-blowing. Elder Acolyte's probably not a fan of that either. We have a judge. We have all the... If you have a income-heavy start, like a great trader's location, or you flexed a landowner spot, and you're sitting here on top of 500... 80 whatever gold per turn, please keep an eye on your judges. We're spending, this is, by the looks of it, an 8-turn Elder Acolyte. This could just be a 1-turn Elder Acolyte. You can move on and go back to building units. But Juljette is unfortunately going to likely spend another 6 turns building this, where they could literally just spend 100 civics, spend 500 gold, and save themselves 6, or technically 5, because it will still come out next turn. So 5 entire turns of build queue time, which could bring us 2 slingers into the game. Instead of building this Elder Acolyte, we could have 2. We could have, no, actually, if it was an 8-turn, we could basically have 3 slingers. So it's like, do you want an Elder Acolyte, or do you want 3 slingers? Damn it! Why are we building an estate? Oh no! Oh no! That situation just got worse. Wait, stop! Oh man! Oh, that's alright. Barium coming out, that's good. Fisher coming out, that's good. I'm fine with the Fisher. We don't really need it. Could also be a slinger. This Fisher could be a slinger. So in the time it's taking us to build this, officer's fine, trapper could also be a slinger. So we could have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slingers. And instead what we're going to get is 0.7, 1.7, 2-point something science, a little bit of culture and stuff, whatever else, like food, growth, some gold, instead of having, what was that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units, and not just any units, units that we desperately need to fill a niche. Wow, over 30 of you in the chat. Guys, thank you for tuning in live. Whether you're just listening or you're watching, it's really, really cool. Or just you have it up in the background just to up the views of the channel, I guess. Either way, whatever reason you're here, it means a lot. I'm glad that... yeah. Surprised, but grateful. Metaphysics in 3 turns for the Tamil. And, oh, dude, are we going to see cartography? Well, we're not going to go. I don't imagine we'll leave. Actually, no, that's an option. Come to think of it, never mind. If you sit in the Chera Supremacy for long enough to build a bunch of your unique units, in theory, let's say you get like 8 to 12 Tamil elephants running around. That seems like a decent number. In theory, you could then swap to Chola and absorb all the orders from cartography, and you don't need the free elephant bonus. That's a fun shake. We actually, speaking of which, we have a builder on the throne now. So we're stacking. We're stacking. I have to imagine we're going to go soon then, right? We have a swordsman coming out in 6 turns. Politics is fine. This must be event rebel. Political situation in Tamil is absolutely fine. And where are archers? One thing I'd like to see from the Tamil player is a little bit better staging. Like, I feel like every turn he should be taking like an order or two and sending a few units down towards his corridor. Or is he really just going to go over the top? I don't know. Any option. He also managed to get these iron mines into his artisan seat. And honestly, I think he has enough pressure from these elephant archers that he could come out here and yeah, and really mess them up. And build these mines, I mean. That's wild. Absolute dominant position from the Tamil player. You're so welcome, Brown Syndrome. I would have never in a million years that I would guess that I would stream regularly. Not something. Whoa! Look at that! Boop 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 boop. A little bit of a lag spike for us. That's all right, because that was really cool to watch. That was just a bum 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 tile buying. Honestly, I like this too. In fact, I feel a little bit better about the not staging down south thing, because now I just realized with more tile buying, this is also going to create a very efficient movement highway into the Roman Empire, giving himself lots of opportunities, lots of different pressure points for the Romans to deal with. Yeah. If I was in Tamil's position and I knew that Rome didn't have a single range unit, I would absolutely already be attacking. I don't think I'd wait for anything else. Because I certainly don't want my opponent to get onagers, and if they don't have any range units, then my confidence level of being able to beat them in a fight would likely be my usual overconfident level of hubris if I just knew there wasn't a single slinger in the Roman Empire right now. Especially because I have archers. I have archers panic and or disarm if I need it. Archers, yeah. I would 100% be all in at this point. And I have my 8 strength units. The bonus ones anyway. Something strikes me that Kerstad's in of that classic camp of if you're ahead, just get more head. I am of the camp of if you're ahead, then win the game. But of course, that perspective has lost me games. So, nothing wrong with being a little cautious if that's your playstyle. or more cautious if that's your playstyle. Another Byreme. I want to check out the Byreme counts for both nations at this point. Mercenary units produced. 7 Byremes on the Tamil Empire. I'm pretty sure we're only at 4. Yeah, it's got to be 4 for the Romans next turn. Whoa, interesting. I did not recognize that this is the final match of the New World Division. Yes, entirely possible that if this game finishes up and the win is logged, then I do believe both divisions are able to advance separately from each other. So when one division finishes up, round 2 will begin for that division. And yeah, I have no idea if they'll have the staying power. How long have we been streaming? 4 hours. Wow, time flies when you're doing old world stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know. I think 4 hours is quite a bit, so I would assume they might break. However, yeah, no, hard to say. Really hard to say it in games like this. They didn't clarify to me how long they were going to play. I'll double check the chat, but I don't believe they clarified. Where are they? Yeah, there was no clarification on how long they intend to play. But great stamina from both players. 4 hours of playtime is quite a bit. Plenty of players only play about 2 or 3 hours in a session. And of course, that is entirely up to the discretion of you guys, the players. If you only want to play 2 hours in your match, doesn't matter if your opponent is someone like me who would sit down and play Old World all day. If you only want to play 2 hours, we only play 2 hours. We accommodate, the schedule of the opponent. In fact, Frederick is currently playing somebody who only plays 2 hours at a time. So I think they usually only play about 2 hours per session. And yeah, that's totally okay. Takes a bit more time to get the match done, but no big deal. No big deal at all. Of course, for the sake of convenience, we would like if people would schedule at least 2 hours if they can. But even last season, we had a couple players who, the really long marathon, who was it? Mojo versus Oro game. They reached a point where they were just logging in and playing like an hour and then logging off. Just anything they could do to get a couple turns in. So, bringing out Elder Doctors. Science is going to start ramping up. Check this out. This is 11 science coming out from this Elder Doctor. Great. Love the bath. That's going to bring us over 100 science on turn 80. 100 science is certainly game-winning science, which is one of the reasons why it's terrifying to go up against a player who can get 100 science on turn 50. Because I definitely believe that something as little as 100 science can win you a game. 100 science per turn, that is. And of course, the earlier you get it, the more likely it would be to translate to a win. Oh, looks like we've disconnected. We'll see how we're doing. Kerstad has paused. Both players are disconnected. Is it just me? See if I can reconnect. Give it a second. Check with them on Discord. All right, looks like I have disconnected. So we'll see if I can hop out and hop back in. My stream still seems to be live. My internet still seems to be working. So let's see if I can't hop out and hop back in. Oh, game has disappeared. It's all right. Third or fourth time is the charm. All right, I'm going to ask them to rehost then. Or maybe I will just take one quick second. Screen's about to go black. I'm still here, just loading the game back up real quick. Whew. What a day. What a game. All right, there was a disconnect. We'll need a rehost. All right, looks like our players are ready to rehost and dive back in. So marathon session it is. And all right. Great news. Great news. I hope everybody's been enjoying the game. Been a very wonderful showcase of Tamil. Very strong overall play in general. Very strong play in general. So, but yeah, nice to see Tamil having a good game for their first opening tournament match. All right, game's back up. Great. Because, you know, I don't want them to lose on their first game and have everyone be like, see, obviously Tamil's bad. Like they did with the USA, which is annoying because the USA is really good and lost their first two multiplayer games. And then people were like, oh, no, they're not that great. It's like, yeah, any great nation can have a bad game. I think we should all be aware of that. We've had tons of games where Persians and Carthaginians and Romans and whomever else have all lost games despite being very good nations. So it also comes down to the player themselves. And you know, luck and stuff. All right, here we go. Here we go, back in. Apologize for the interruption, and thank you all for still being here. Okay. Yeah, so where we left off was some tile buying at the Koleru Lake. And they're making their way towards the Russian lakes. Oh, and Juljette says they're good to go for about another 30 minutes. So we will be concluding this session for today and resuming another time. Let's go. Ready to go. Machinery in 2 turns for the Romans. Well, yeah, and I don't know if I finished that thought about the way the tournament works, but yes, if this match does conclude, I believe the New World Division will advance into round 2 pretty much immediately, and everyone will get their new pairings. And wait, is this New World or Old World? These guys are Old World. Humus, I think you're wrong about that. These guys are Old World, brother. Oh, listen, you meant a different game. Oh, the final match somewhere else? Oh, did the final match finish already? Is that what's happening? Oh, Kerstad is... I'm confused. I'm confused. Whatever. Anyway, back to the game. Sorry, guys. Clearing some raiders up north for the... Oh, wow, look at this. We have some Tamil ships in the sea. What can they see? What can they see from the sea? They can still see this camp isn't cleared. So we might even get some aggressive clearing and settling on the other side of the map, which could be fun. My whole kingdom for a slinger. More Qs. Axe. 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 Hystastus. The Romans are going to build no ranged units until machinery comes online. And while onagers are fantastic, they will not give you the flexible kill potential, the flexible kill secure that something such as a lowly slinger will provide you. Oh, we have an aggressive move from Romans on axes in the south. The Roman player deciding to say, hey, get off my lawn. This territory was supposed to be mine, and I don't want you here anymore. Interesting possibility space. This is a javelin elephant in the woods that will still do 5 damage to that Hystastus, by the way. So I do think that, and the Javelin Elephant is a 6 strength unit against a 6 strength Hystassi. So I do think people kind of underestimate the amount of swing power that even a Javelin Elephant will do in the woods. It's currently going to do more damage than its axe. Of course, it is promoted with Highlander and Fierce. So that's like a good promotion set for the elephant. But still, it doesn't matter. Damage is damage. All right, some tile buying. Or something. I don't know what that thing just did. No, backed up and healed. And now we can... Are we going to bother fighting, or are we just going to invite the Romans to come on in? That'd be funny. This stuff I'm cursed at seems a little too complex to me. Mostly because it's like, and respectively to Juljette, but like this game is over, but Kerstad's like not finishing it, which is fine because no reason to risk a loss. But I mean, Juljette is weaker and primitive. Primitive is worse than naive, mind you. So, massive science lead. Strength lead. We have unique unit potential. And let me grab this guy. Yeah, would still do 5 damage to a spear and a fort. You could literally just come up, stage here, come up into this territory, panic every single thing off of position, and then move in and step on all the forts. Whether you burn them or not doesn't matter, because now you no longer have Romans sitting on forts, and all of this fortification with panic goes away. They don't counter because you're a ranged unit, so they ignore all the counter damage, and the Romans have been completely pushed out of position. You're on the shore. You've made landfall. You could tile by with workers or scouts if you need to. And Rome would collapse pretty instantly, I think. That was just a regular... look at this. This is the A strength. That's 6 damage. And that's to something that's fortified in a fort. Fully fortified in a fort. And we can do 6 damage to it. Not really sure what we're waiting for, to be honest, as the Tamil. I'm not 100% sure what the Tamil player is waiting for. He has machinery, and like this. I think is Kerstad one of those players who plays to like a million? Like, why do we have ballistics lined up? What I mean, yeah, I'm not really sure I see it. Yeah, also could be... Well, now with the builder on the throne, that's a good point, Hazard. He could be going for a point victory. Well, I mean, all right. So in fairness, wait a minute. In fairness, we are... I forgot. With the disconnect, I did forget that we have the builder on the throne, the swordsman coming out. So please, for the love of God, just start staging. I don't understand where this tile buying is going. This is a waste of orders. Just bring all of your units to this coast. Bring your swordsmen to this coast. Get everybody down here. Anchor, 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 anchor. Go around, if you want. Get all your ships down here. Alright, we did have some action down here in the center. We did have some Hestasis deciding... Oh, and hopefully this will be the moment. Is this going to be the oops moment? 1, 2 hits. Can't kill an axe. What do we need? We need a slinger. Not yet. Hopefully this will be the moment for Juljette to realize that she needs a slinger. Yeah, be that as it may, Hazard, I still think Kerstad has a fine advantage on turn 80. He doesn't need to play a 100 turn game in this particular situation. Maybe sometimes he does, but any bit of decent scouting on his part would give him enough information. He knows that he could close this game out. But it's fine because we'll have the sword coming on next turn, and then we can take a peek. We also have Romans coming out to fight for some god awful reason. Don't start a battle unless it's a battle that's going to achieve an objective. That's a strategic tip I would offer. You know, if you're killing a settler, stealing a site, trying to prevent... I mean, I guess we're trying to prevent this coastal buying, I suppose. But nothing would really stop the Tamil from just coming from the north with that, too, if that's our overall concern. So you don't really achieve the objective, if that's the objective. But certainly... Certainly don't start a fight unless you have an objective that you can take. Or accomplish. And that even if that objective is like, you know, down here, trying to stop a fort. Whether that was a good idea or a bad idea, at least Kerstad moved in with an objective in mind. His objective was bump the worker and the fort off and stop the fort. And they did achieve that objective despite losing the battle. And then obviously now it doesn't matter. It became irrelevant. So it was a bad move, but still they were objective oriented. I don't know what the objective here is. Yeah. Not seeing a lot of risks here from... Oh, is this a scout from a Roman schemer now? That's going to be good news for the Romans. Get a little bit more information. Yeah, I just don't really know why Kerstad is doing anything other than not... Okay, so next turn we're going to watch. It's this turn right now. Let's get our units moving. We have 3 8-strength units now. There it is. Move it downward. Love to see it. Pull from the back. Come on, let's get these big boys down. Elephant Archer, move. Elephant Archer, move. Yes! Okay. Okay, here we go. Elephant, elephant, sword. Let's go. Alright. Alright, that's the thing we need. And now we're doing 7 damage. And now what I would do... This is classic me. I would send a couple of units into this situation to try and keep this fight moving. Like, come on, you can't take me. Meh. Like, bring an archer right here. Like, come on, move your guys closer and closer to me. Engage, engage. And then come in and just wipe them out and then jump across the ocean. Also, I agree, I would like to see some more aggressive tile buying to ensure greater landfall. But, I mean, in fairness... The Romans have left the door wide open, so I'm not worried about it. The Romans could have closed off this gap years ago and filled this with coastal border and put a fort right here and solved any issue of potential landing from the Tamils, but they're allowing the Tamils a beachhead. Oh, are we going to hit 7 laws next turn, or are we already at 7 laws, by the way? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We do. There's 7 laws. We build the citadels then? Nah, probably doesn't even matter. Yeah, I don't get what the tile buying is about. Or the roading. I'm not really sure. Maybe to try and bounce back and forth across the map if we need to. See what the Romans decide to do. Let's see if they're feeling like they want to pick a fight. They already got 1 kill. More scouting from the Romans, though. The Romans can see the 8-strength units. Or at least one of them. And along with everything else that can murder them. Alright, the Romans have moved up and advanced. Interesting positioning here, though. Oh, are we going around to hurt? Yeah. This is heartbreaking, man. This is lesson number 2 of the fact that we don't have ranged units to seal the deal on this unit. Alright, but he's going to be trapped there for now, so... I mean, we'll get an axe kill at some point. Or maybe not. Maybe all of these units are going to be dead, because look at this javelin elephant. Mountains? Who cares? Look at this javelin elephant. Hills, mountains, who cares? These guys are awesome. This javelin elephant. Holy crap. 11 damage. Send in the stompies. And for context, I guess it's not great context because that guy's further back and has to cross the river, but he's got a good context. This axe goes here. This guy gets here. This axe falls short. This Tamil actually makes it. Also, do the Romans have... The Romans did get their onagers. Well, the technology, but none are in the queue yet. Alright, here we go. 35 orders for the Tamil. Let's see what decisions we make. How much will one of these things do in the middle of the woods, too, I wonder? Machinery for the Tamil now. Really great game on the Tamil play. Oh, and we also got Jerwan, which gave us our temple in every city. Oh, there we go. We've moved in. Stompy stomp. With a javelin. And we can come in for the kill right now. Allowing our axe to flee if we would like to save the axe. There it is. Whoa, whoa. All right. A little bit of lag, it looks like. That seemed like way too much. Oh, no, we killed 2 units. What did we kill? Yeah, we killed 2 units. There we go. And we saved the axe. I missed that. Sorry for the lag spike, guys. That hit me, too. Not the stream or anything. It's the game itself. 7 orders left for the Tamil. 2 Hestasis down. Rome still just weaker. Hope that we find the time to move this swordsman up. 3 orders to get it done. Why are we doing this? I don't understand what this is about. This is just overkill. This is just completely overkill. Your opponent moved in and couldn't even kill an axe, and you killed 2 of his units. You can just go kill them. It's alright, though. Surely nothing wrong with being cautious. Well, I actually guess that's no true, because I think sometimes you can lose the game by being too cautious. I don't think that's going to happen to Kerstad here, but... So, I guess there is something to be said for trying to take your moment of opportunity and take a risk. Yeah, it is very hard to tell, of course. I guess if I were to choose between the two, it's probably smarter to play cautious than risky, even though I primarily am more of a risky player. But if I had to choose, the cautious are probably safer. So, for those who want to make sure they get that win, and yeah, I guess it makes sense to play a little bit more cautious. But I mean, I've been erudite to this player all game. I know I watched them toss away a bunch of momentum at the start. They're weaker. I have yet to spot a single ranged unit. Yeah. It just gives you the problem with this creeping is that it gives your opponent too much time to set up too. Right? We as the observer know that the Romans just got land consolidation. Sorry, Jesus Christ, I'm obsessed. That was such a talking point last season that I'm always saying. It's also in the tech hand, but they just got machinery. Fortunately for the Tamil, the Romans don't really have the economy to leverage machinery right now. All right, the Romans have spotted the Tamil sword. So now we can have a fun time watching all of the different ways this would wreck the Roman Empire. Look at this. 7, 8, 9. These are fully fortified units in forts across a river. This is across a river. This is a fully fortified spear in a fort across a river, and this swordsman would do 8 damage to it. Wild. Wild. Let's find an axe out in the open. 15, 12, 11, dead militia, 12, 9, 16. Yeah, man. It's killing time. I could see worker chaining a road directly across. That's fine. It's time to go kill. Yes, elephants counter spears fortified in the sport, especially ranged elephants, because these ranged elephants will do full damage. And God Lord, the tile buying continues. Although, in fairness, how much are we going to be able to jump across the world? Are we gonna go north? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. There's no defense up north. We'll crush. I would like to see not going for Londinium, just go for Corduba, because Londinium's kind of fortified. So get this tile buying, get wherever the hell we're going, and then just go to Corduba. $122 science for Kerstad. Excuse me. Nice. Sword in the center of the map. Great. Okay, get the Stompies up here, too. Have a cadre of 8 strength units. Get these guys up here. They can make it all the way. With my other elephant archer. It's up here. Alright, so get him up here. Get him up here. Dude, these 3 units and a couple of trash. Oh, it's the last turn. Alright, we will have an exciting climax in part 2. So I'm just going to run down the endgame stats at this moment, so I can end the stream once these guys are ready. And here we go. So endgame stats of this game, massive wealth for both the Romans and Tamil player. I think the economy overall is in a better position for Tamil because they have larger resource stockpiles, which is good news. Specialist 35 to 27, so Juljette kept up on that front a little bit, but that early game momentum hit that was the big problem. Also, the Roman player is in fact moving their Stompy boys towards the center, so I'm thrilled. We will have an exciting climax. Nice. Nice. Lots of global pressure. But even that, I mean, the Roman players are just going to send these guys up north. Whatever. Any battle is good at this point. So, yeah, so back to the stats here. For our recap. 33 units produced on Tamil, 26 produced on Rome, so not bad upkeep on the Roman side. However, the major problem is Rome does not have one single range unit. They're going to fold instantly in a real fight because they won't be able to kill anything. Laws adopted 8 to 6, so 7 law tempo goes to the Tamil. Technology is 22 to 17. Improvements controlled in favor of the Tamil. Improvements control 136 to 106 in favor of the Tamil. Military score, we must surely be. No, we're still only stronger. Wild. That math is crazy. But 2,096 to 1,064 military score. And we'll look at 110 science to 66 with an overall science difference of nearly 2,000 invested into the tech tree. Orders are also 45 to 40, so actually a nice order, a slight order advantage throughout the game. For the Romans, it just you got a couple of big mistakes and a couple of minor mistakes all kind of adding together throughout the game that add up to not really keeping up with the Tamil here. Yeah, and I think that covers everything we usually care about. Legitimacy is in favor of Tamil, which is funny because when you think about the Tamil and their swap mechanic, you don't think that they usually have high legitimacy, but here they are. Yeah, so overall, really, really good game for the Tamil. I'm going to grab a save just in case. And they have been playing, and they have said they're good games. So yes, thank you to the 30 people who have hung out with me for these 2 to 4 hours, depending on whenever you joined in on the stream. Hope you've enjoyed the commentary. Hope you enjoyed Tamil doing Tamil things. And yeah, give us a like, subscribe, hop on over to the Old World Mohawk channel to check out the playlist and stay appraised of all the action. Join the Old World Discord to join the conversation. And of course, as always, I'm Scientific. This has been the Old World Community Tournament, and I'm off.